Monday, Kenna, Bridge of Spirits.
Look at all the little rod in their little hats. Oh my god, they're so cute in their different colored hats. Look at them. All their little hats. I love it. I decided too many of them.
Tuesday, The Pillars of Earth.
I like Tom. I hope the best for Tom, but he also left his baby to fucking die in the middle of the woods. So, not got so many good points for you, Tom. I gotta say. You know what I mean?
Wednesday, Stranger of Paradise.
Guys. Going for it. No, not everyone's grudge, damn it. See, I shouldn't have gone for it.
Thursday, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney.
Oh, what a cute camera, just like its owner. Just gotta slip in a little flirtiness there. So funny. Camera, Melissa Foster.
Friday, Cyberpunk 2077.
Oh, look, those cars are inside of each other. How intimate. Well, would you look at that? Just look at it. Oh, look, they're just driving.
Monday, Kenna, Bridge of Spirits.
Look at all the little rod in their little hats. Oh my god, they're so cute in their different colored hats. Look at them. All their little hats. I love it. I decided too many of them.
Tuesday, The Pillars of Earth.
I like Tom. I hope the best for Tom, but he also left his baby to fucking die in the middle of the woods. So, not got so many good points for you, Tom. I gotta say. You know what I mean?
Wednesday, Stranger of Paradise.
Guys. Going for it. No, not everyone's grudge, damn it. See, I shouldn't have gone for it.
Hi.
Thursday, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney.
Oh, what a cute camera, just like its owner. Just gotta slip in a little flirtiness there. So funny. Camera, Melissa Foster.
Friday, Cyberpunk 2077.
Oh, look, those cars are inside of each other. How intimate. Well, would you look at that? Just look at it. Oh, look, they're just driving.
Monday, Kenna, Bridge of Spirits.
Look at all the little rod in their little hats. Oh my god, they're so cute in their different colored hats. Look at them. All their little hats. Hello, hello. I love it. And happy Tuesday. I decided too many of them. How's everybody doing? How are you guys? I was sitting here monitoring my my pit rate here. We're a little shaky start. Hey, there's Papa. Hell yeah, a year and a half. Fuck yeah, dude. 18 months. Fuck yeah, man. That's awesome. Happy 18 months. We've had 2 stream babies. Happy Tuesday. Oh, there's some hype from Stella as well. Hell yeah. What's up, Stella? I saw you got that hello earlier, by the way. I'm just staring at my bit rate because we're having a bit of a rocky start. We're on the hot spot still, so it should be okay, but just having a bit of a rocky start. But my draw frames are going down, so that's great. And we're green, so I think we're good. I think we'll be able to get through this today. Can't wait until I get my official hotspot. The upload speed on it is higher, so I think it'll be better. Taco Tuesday. Chew on some tacos, Papa. That sounds good, man. I just had a couple of taquitos and a couple of pizza bites myself just before the stream, so I should be ready to go, man. All right. So, I'm going to have to recap 2 books now. Okay, guys? So we're going to go over everything that's happened. I was thinking about it earlier, so I think I got it down pretty good. So there we go. Yeah, I made it in the first 5 minutes. Yeah, Dank Stitches, what's up? Welcome in. Hell yeah, man. Thanks for being here so early. Got here just in time for the recap. I was just about to go over the first 2 books before we start book 3. So yeah, I was thinking about it earlier, so hopefully I got the recap down pretty good. So let's see if I can remember all the little bits. Okay, so we started in book 1. Should I even like hover over it? Let's switch over to it. All right, so in book 1, we started with, we first met Tom Builder and his family, and it consists of Tom Builder, the dad, and we have his son, Alfred, and he's like his oldest son. He's like a teenager at the time. Then we have Martha, who's a young girl, and then his abandoned son, Jonathan. So they are, they're in the woods because they're trying to find a new place to go. They end up, the mother ends up dying, and that's why it's just those members of the family. They end up leaving Jonathan as an infant baby in the woods because Tom doesn't think he can take care of it. But they decide to try to go back to find him, but they couldn't because a nobleman has come and picked it up. During that, they meet Jack. Jack is a young boy at the time, and he is an outlaw, and because his mother, Ellen, was shunned from her village because she had Jack out of wedlock and with a thief, and she was also claimed to be a witch, I guess. So she's basically an outlaw, so she just lives in the woods with her son Jack. But Jack witnesses the child getting picked up by the noble, and then meets Tom and his family, and so they all kind of come together to form a little group. And because Ellen believes that they can't stay out in the wild anymore and they need to join society again. I think because a war is coming. I think she kind of knows that. So that's them. We also meet Philip separately. Philip is a holy man, and he's from a prior that's been doing very well for itself, and he's visiting another prior, this one that we're looking at, which is Kingsbridge. Kingsbridge is a rundown... has a rundown cathedral, and it's the whole like little town is not doing so well, and the cathedral's really mismanaged and stuff. And there's a lot of corruption and stuff involved. So Philip comes there and kind of, long story short, spruces up the place, gets voted as the prior. So now he's running the place because someone needs to fucking kick this shit into gear. And so that's pretty much what we got with Philip. Other than that, we also meet Lady Aliena. She is sort of like a princess. She's the daughter of an earl, I should say, of a castle, Bartholomew, and her story is that she gets her home gets raided by a group called the Hamleys, and the Hamleys now are a family who are fighting for a usurper of the throne. So there's 2 people fighting for the throne. I guess I need to go over this. So we have King Henry had a daughter, and his daughter has a grandson, and King Henry, before he died, said that grandson was going to be the king, and his daughter would rule until his grandson came to age. But his daughter has a cousin who didn't like that, and so that's King Stephen. He has usurped the throne, and so the Hamleys are part of King Stephen's army. So the Hamleys, for this war, took over Aliena's home. It made her a prisoner, and so she ends up, long story short with her, she ends up getting away from there, finding her father a prisoner. Her father makes her swear this oath to get their earldom back, and her and her brother, he makes them swear an oath. And then after that, in my story, she ends up losing her brother shortly after that, so then it's just Lady Aliena, and she's trying to become a wool trader in order to try to make money again, to be able to give money to a knight in order to get her earldom back for her father. So that's how she's trying to get that, fulfill that oath. So in the meantime, we can come back to Jack and Tom. And so Jack and Tom end up here at Kingsbridge, where Philip is at, and Tom is trying to find work as a builder because he's Tom Builder, because he's a builder. That's what he does. And he's always wanted to build a cathedral, and he notices that this cathedral needs repairs, and he needs a job. So he's trying to offer his services to Philip, since Philip is now the owner of the priory. So Philip is not really into it though, because Philip's like, we got a lot of the stuff we got to do before we start doing that, you know. We don't have that money for that and all this stuff, and I don't know if I get the funding. And then Jack, hearing that as a young boy, decides that he wants to help. So the way Jack decides to help is by burning down the cathedral. So we go up into the attic as Jack, and we burn the entire cathedral down, which is pretty crazy. But that then does kickstart, like, we do need a cathedral, so Philip finds the funding to rebuild the cathedral, so that gives Tom a job, and Alfred a job, and Jack a job, and, like, the entire area now has, like, a lot to do, which actually really helps it seems like, over time. So during that time of them starting to build the cathedral, the I think it was right before, Aliena's home gets taken by the Hamleys, like I mentioned earlier, and that displaced a bunch of people, and all those refugees had to go somewhere, so they came here to Kingsbridge, where Tom and Jack were. So they're also helping build the cathedral, because that they need, you know, jobs and food and all that as well. So it really actually kind of helps Kingsbridge getting all these refugees and stuff, and Philip kind of rises up to be a leader to actually organize that, and that's great. So then we kind of fast forward, the cathedral's now being built, and that's when we get into book 2. And so now here we see here's the cathedral being built. Jack is now an older man, so is Alfred. They're probably, I don't know, maybe they're mid-20s or something like that. I'm not sure, you know, but they seem like young men. And the cathedral's being built, and everything kind of seems like it's going well, and Aliena has now become a wool trader, and she's actually come to live in Kingsbridge and actually gotten to know Jack pretty well. They are in love, and they kind of hide it, though, but they're definitely in love, Jack and Aliena. Jack's still sort of like an outlaw, though, you know, and we learned that, let's see, sorry, I want to make sure I get these in order. Let me try to think for a second. What's the next thing? I mean, it's kind of like slow for a little bit at that point, because everybody's kind of hunky-dory or whatever. We learn about Jack and Aliena's love, and Alfred kind of likes Aliena as well, but he doesn't know about Jack and Aliena. That kind of stuff's going on. But basically we have this long period of peace, but we end up getting to the point where the Hamleys, being the new earls of that castle that they took from Aliena's family, they end up reneging on a deal that they had with Philip, and giving them stone and timber from a quarry and a forest. So they no longer have a way to get supplies. So that becomes a problem, and Aliena wants to help, so they try to like end up getting money through. She's like ends up giving a lot of her own money to try to help the project and stuff, because she's trying to keep the whole village together. But I think during that time, just to try to fast forward a little bit, William Hamley, which is the son of the Hamleys, which, by the way, tried to marry Aliena, so he's got the thing with Aliena because she denied him before they took her castle, and she's always just kind of not liked him because he's a douchebag. But anyways, he learns that she's there, and I don't think he likes that, so he comes and just fucking annihilates the entire place and just like burns everything down pretty much. And he doesn't end up getting Aliena or anything like that, but he does like sort of ruin everything for her. And everybody, obviously, and that's sort of getting to where we ended up. So after that, how they try to pick things back up is Aliena needs money now to, well, she needs a way to get money to try to still continue fighting with that knight, because she's got this knight trying to like get in with King Stephen, and I try to get the lordship back for her or whatever, but he keeps needing money and needing money and needing money. So she's like, I need money somehow. And so she goes to Jack, and she's like, Jack, I need to marry somebody who has money, and you don't have money, so I'm gonna marry Alfred, because Alfred's like his stepbrother basically, and Alfred is like a master builder and has a job. So she ends up marrying Alfred, but does not love him, and that pisses Jack off. And so Jack just leaves. He ends up going to like Europe somewhere or whatever. We don't know where Jack is, but Jack just leaves because he's heartbroken, and he just can't be here anymore because he lives at the end and he can't see her with Alfred and all that stuff. So Jack leaves, and then we get like to sort of fast forward through time a little bit as Aliena and her marriage with Alfred, and she just doesn't love him. He can tell, you know, she doesn't even let him touch her or anything like that. But it turns out she's actually pregnant, dude. She's pregnant with Jack's baby. And so she ends up having Jack's baby, and Alfred obviously is not cool with that. And he's like, you know what? This is a loveless marriage. This is pointless. This is a mistake. So I'm leaving. And so he leaves Aliena. So now it's just her and the baby. And So now with her story, what she wants to do is, I assume, fight Jack. So she's now, last we left her, she was on a boat going, I guess, to Europe or whatever, so that she could find Jack. There we go. So are the pillars in the earth yet, though? Well, we haven't even been introduced to the pillars yet, Papa. That's the problem. That's a funny question, dude. I like it. Let's see. But as far as like with Tom, with what the aftermath was with the Hamley attack, we don't really know. We haven't met up with Tom again yet. Philip, we presume, you know, he's just trying to put stuff back together, but we haven't seen anything with Philip, so I don't know what's up with those characters. But I feel like I got a couple other things I got to go over, though. There's one other thing I wanted to mention that I didn't really mention, was that the big baddie in all of this story seems to be the Bishop, because the Bishop is like trying to build his own castle, and he's like controlling the Hamleys in a way, and he actually... Okay, so first of all, he ends up convincing the Hamley's son, William Hamley, that he is like the sword of God, and that whatever he does and chooses to do is in God's name, and God, you know, is like accepts it and wants it or whatever, so he can do no wrong in a way, which is horrible because he's already a fucking horrible dude. And also, he actually had the Hamleys, like his parents, poisoned and tried to murder them. So that's fucking crazy. But it turns out that the mother didn't actually die, but she's like fucked up now. I think she's like bedridden. I don't even know if she can like speak or whatever, because she didn't. I don't think she told William. William doesn't know that, I think. But the Bishop also tried to have Tom Builder killed. And we're not really 100% sure why. I guess because he wanted the construction on the cathedral to stop, because he probably doesn't like the fact that so many resources and money are going towards the cathedral when it could be going towards him. So that's sort of like a big plot point for the bad guys. The fact that the cathedral had to be rebuilt really pisses him off, because now he couldn't build his castle, and now so he's trying to get he's basically trying to get everybody to kill each other so he can be like the highest position he could possibly be and be like lord of whatever the fuck's left after everybody's dead and stuff. So he's sort of like, if you're a Game of Thrones fan, the Bishop's like Littlefinger. That's the best thing I can say about that. But yeah, so we'll kind of see what happens here. Based on this, it kind of looks like the cathedral gets forgotten about. You know, they never finish it, so that's pretty crazy. Oh, you know, one thing, I think they tried to rush the cathedral. That's right. I forgot, there was a small detail where, while we were fast forwarding through time with Aliena, they were trying to rush the construction of the cathedral, and then Alfred did a really dumb thing, and he decided to make stone ceilings, even though from the very beginning it was mentioned how like this place couldn't hold a stone ceiling. It's not designed to, so it needs to be a wooden ceiling. But because of the fire, Alfred was like, well, why would we make it out of wood again so it could catch on fire again? No, we should make it out of stone. And so then when his dad gets hurt during that fight, he becomes the master builder, and so he decides to make it stone. And so then they do it, and they do it in a rush, and then it like caves in at some point. So there's like a bunch of broken pieces again. So it's just like, you know, a bunch of wasted resources, a bunch of wasted money. So Alfred sucks. That's what I'm saying. Anyways, enough of me jabbering, dude. How much long was that? It was like 10 minutes of me just fucking jabbering away. Hopefully the internet's stabilizing a little bit. Looks like it's kind of flickering up and down for me. Oh, it looks like Twitch things seem to think it's pretty stable. Okay, cool. So hopefully it's all good on your guys' end. I don't know why it's acted up so much tonight. That kind of sucks. I was hoping the hotspot would be more reliable. It could be because it's so overcast today, I guess. I don't know if that messes with the signal. It's not like it's a satellite. Builders could signify the solitude about the wife and the builder. I mean, it possibly could. I think it's sort of like, I don't know. It's like it takes all sorts, I guess. That's sort of how I thought of it. Like each person kind of represents like a different class of people, and it's when they come together that things actually start to work, and when they don't, everything kind of crumbles. So I think that might be sort of what it is, sort of like it takes all sorts thing, the pillars of the earth. I don't know. Or maybe it'll come more into view when we get to the end of it as well, for all I know. I'm not sure where the pillars of the earth would come from. Definitely seems like it's like a support thing, right? Pillars are like supports. The earth could be like life, society, morality. I don't know, you know? But I like what you're thinking, Stitches. I like that. All right, let's go ahead and start up book 3, dude.
The White Ship. She was one of the fastest vessels that was ever built.
Oh, what the
The
fuck?
man who should be king of the English now, the son of King Henry, was on board when she sailed off. And with the prince there were 140 knights and many nobles, all on their way from Normandy to England. They say the ship hit the rocks, and then a fire broke out. Even before the White Ship had departed, the prince and his men had begun to drink and get violent.
What the
Monks that
hell?
were meant to bless the voyage were then forced to disembark. Some say the ship had been cursed. The king's son and many of his family were pulled down into the Black Sea that night.
God, sounds like a horrible experience. What the hell? 11:42. Who are we now? Aliana? There she is.
You're
Little baby
forgetting
Jack.
one important detail. Not only these monks, but also Stephen of Blois, the king's nephew, left the ship before it embarked. They say he got ill.
That old rumor.
The same Stephen who calls himself the king of the English now.
What? That cannot be a coincidence.
Yes, it can be. Of course he's king now. He survived. He is the king's nephew.
What do you think, my lord?
I think Stephen is a clever man. Clever enough to have his whole family perish.
That's pretty
But
fucked up,
why
dude.
he would want to rule that godforsaken rock, I will never understand.
What makes you say that? I love my country.
Then why are you leaving?
Well, because I want to see something new.
I'll tell you what you're going to see. A proper country, where people know how to behave.
Where are we going?
What about
What country
you?
is that?
Why are you leaving?
Is he talking to us? I have no reason to stay. I'm looking for someone.
I'm looking for someone.
For who? I guess I should stay out of other people's business. Forgive me.
You English do talk a lot, don't you?
I just don't know how to feel
Is
about
that guy
leaving
not
my
English, I
country
guess?
for the first time. I mean, how should anyone feel?
Hopeful, excited, desperate. You'll see what happens. Hopeful?
Hopeful?
I don't know. Maybe I'm just running away.
You should all get some rest. It will not be long now till we reach Cherbourg.
Thank the Lord.
It's interesting that the guy's name is Storyteller. I want to hear him tell a story. Fucking prove it, dude. Oh yeah, we get to see the intro again because we're starting another book. Is it gonna be a little bit different? It's always hanging people, isn't it? Ah, same one. I wonder if this is like the intro for the show as well. I think it was a show on Stars, because I think it was wrong. It wasn't a movie. I just learned recently. I think it's a show on Stars. So what you guys up to tonight, huh? I know Papa's making some tacos, and then he'll be streaming later. What about the rest of you guys? The pillars of the earth. Sad Taco Bell. Hey, it's Taco Tuesday for Dang Stitches as well. Hell yeah. There you go. Man, I should have had me some T-Bell. Sounds good. Gonna offer some chemo. All right. All right, all right, all right. Book 3. Oh, I didn't see what it's called. Chapter 15. So it says I'm cranky, detoxing off of sugar. Oh yeah, sounds good. Listening to you stream and playing Pokemon so I can kill something.
Late summer
Sounds
of
good.
1142, I had
Take it
left
out
my
on the
home country,
Pokemans.
England for good. My old life lay in shambles. as did my former home of Kingsbridge.
I think one was going to happen with
Having
Kingsbridge here.
failed both my friends and
Spent
family,
so much of the story
I
there.
had set out to find my baby's father, the man I still loved with all my heart, Jack Jackson. And so early one morning in July, I finally arrived on the shores of Normandy. With nothing on me but a pouch of coin and a young, curious face yet unnamed, who was just as unfamiliar to this new world as was I.
The White Ship. Let us inspect it. The sinking of the White Ship, 1120. The White Ship was one of the fastest ships of its time. It was steered by the son of the captain of the Mora, the ship that brought William the Conqueror from Normandy to England when he invaded England in 1066. Like his father before him, the captain of the White Ship gladly offered his vessel to many members of the royal household of King Henry for passage on their travel from Normandy to England to visit the king. But like all of the poor souls who went aboard the ship, the captain did not survive the voyage. In the dark of night, the ship hit rocks and a fire broke out. The ship was dragged down into the dark abyss of the sea, and with it, many of the king's heirs. Stephen of Blois was meant to be on board as well, but it is said a sudden sickness caused him to leave the ship before it set sail. That November night, as the White Ship sank, Stephen became the last remaining male heir to the English throne, and thus, some claim he was responsible for the sinking. Interesting. It seems suspicious, man. I don't know, tinfoil hat on a little bit, you know?
You're still here.
Oh, it's you. I'm just trying to get my feet used to good solid ground again. The last bit of our voyage wasn't exactly my pint of ale.
I'm looking for someone. You're a mason, right? Let's say that.
That hammer you're carrying, do you happen to be a mason?
Actually, I am. You have a keen eye, mistress.
I guess I just
yeah.
know a mason when I see one.
To be honest, I haven't been one long. Just finished my apprenticeship in Salisbury. Before that, I
Salisbury
used to shoot
steaks.
sheep with
Making
my
some of those
parents,
last night.
But I guess that wasn't really for me. Father still hates me for leaving, though.
Where would a mason go to find work? I left my old life as well. I'm looking for someone. Where would a mason go to find work? Because I think she's on to like what Jack would do, right? What would Jack do
What
for
will
money?
you do to find work here as a mason?
Don't know. That's for me to find out. All I heard was that the wages are better over here.
So you'll just travel from town to town and look for employment?
Right. And I'll start in Lasay. A fellow mason told me about the abbey there. He said these Normans build their churches quite differently than we do back home. I need to see that with my own eyes. Maybe learn a thing or two.
Nice attitude. Maybe Jack went to see the Abbey in Lasay. Maybe he did. Do many masons go to Lasay? I left my old life as well. Look for someone. We'll keep going with our conversation.
Do many masons go to Lasay?
I don't know. It's really just a tiny town. The mason who told me just happened to do some repairs there once. It's likely he told others as well.
Okay. I can tell him about that I left my old life as well, I guess.
I left my old life as well.
Scary, isn't it? To start off fresh and all that.
Well, you definitely sound more excited than scared.
Oh, I am excited. Wouldn't anyone be?
I don't know.
You know, it depends on the
Maybe.
circumstances, dog. I'm looking for someone.
I'm looking for someone. A red-haired mason called Jack Jackson. He came to France about a year ago or so.
A fellow mason, great. Unfortunately, I wouldn't know a thing. After all, I just arrived here with you.
I know, but should you meet someone like that on your journey, tell him
Hey,
Annie of
Crispy.
Showering is looking for him.
All right,
Welcome in.
Jack Jackson. I'll
That's
keep
right,
an eye out
Jack
for you.
Jackson.
Thank you.
How you doing, Crispy? Good to see you.
Have a safe journey.
Oh, thank you.
How has your Wednesday
too.
been so far? Let's see what we got here. Stall. Let's get my inner voice on here so we can think about some stuff. Come on. There we go. Got it. The stall. They're bargaining for passage. Doing business with the English must pay. Oh, it just must pay. That's it. They're selling fish. and whatever cargo they can get their hands on. Here's to be her coach. She must know her way around France. Sounds like who I need to go talk to then. Oh, who's this guy? Not Jack. For a moment I thought, but it's not him. Just another red-haired man. Maybe he would know who Jack is. They both got red hair.
Good day.
Isn't that crazy?
I am looking for someone. A traveler who came through here last summer. Oh, hush now. I need to talk to this man.
Looks young.
He was born at the beginning of summer.
What's his name?
I haven't given him one yet.
You should. He needs to know who he is. Makes growing up a lot easier. You said you're looking for someone.
Let me see here. Crispy said, maybe we need an Australian accent. Hello? Well, if you want to send one, Crispy, come on. Send me some files. But the point wasn't the accent. The point is that it's Aaron that said it. I got 2 cast iron pans, which I had to season yesterday. Oh, interesting. Took all day and made the house smell like burnt crust. Are they well seasoned now? Because now that helps them like make them non-stick and stuff, right? The cast iron. My first cooking was successful, but I have to be careful with the bacon. Oh, really? Gotcha. Right on. And you're learning, huh? I know there's a lot of people who really like to cook on cast iron. I know my mom likes it as well. Let me see here. I'm looking for the boy's father. He looks a bit like you, actually. I'll say I'm looking for the boy's father.
I'm looking for the boy's father.
Well, from the look of your baby, I reckon
My
his
baby
father
daddy.
has red hair like me, right? Well, I don't know every redhead around these parts. There are quite a few of us. Most of my family here in Cherbourg is ginger.
Oh, his name is Jack Jackson, and he is a mason.
No.
Look, this guy's name
No,
is not
sorry,
Jack.
I haven't seen him. And I come here every day. Now maybe May saw him. She helps the sailors get their cargo to the nearby towns. Carries travelers too.
I'll ask her. Well, thank you.
And it's the stagecoach lady or whatever. That this woman. Hello, lady. You can oil and
Hey,
bake for an
you.
hour. Repeat
That's
2 plus
quite a
times,
bundle
so
you
it
got
went
there.
for 3. Okay,
Where
right
are
on.
you headed?
Oh, so I just went for 3. There you go. Better to be safe, huh? Have you seen a redheaded mason? Do you know the road to Leslie? Ask her about the mason first.
Have you seen a red-haired mason? He must have landed here sometime late last summer.
Like she'd
Another
remember,
ginger
huh?
in Normandy. I wouldn't have noticed, even if he was carrying a hammer instead of a fishing rod. Maybe you should ask someone in Barfleur. That's where all the travellers come through, the pilgrims and kings. Their lot
Pilgrims.
rarely lands in Cherbourg, with the fortress passing back and forth between Stephen of Blois and Geoffrey of Anjou. Why you even came to Cherbourg in the first place baffles me.
It was the earliest ship I could get.
You must be in some hurry, madam.
Let's just say I needed to get away before I changed my mind.
Fine with me. Who am I to judge?
Maybe in that Barfleur, someone's on Jack. So I got a couple options there. Can I use all of them? Ready to Cherbourg. What other routes are there? I'll have to ask about that, I guess, huh?
What other routes are there besides going through Barfleur?
Oh, I don't know, really. You need to ask the locals about that. But Barfleur sounds like a good place to start. Shake my hand and I'll take you there.
Should we go to Leslie? That Mason talked about it, but I mean, this what she said sounds maybe like a little bit better if all travelers go through there. Let's go ahead and say we're ready to leave. Maybe we can do the Leslie thing later.
All right.
I mean, it's usually
Take
pretty
me out of
linear, so
town.
there's got to be one right
All
answer, right?
Where'd you need to be?
Between those hours, they need to cool a bit because they get real hot in a 250C oven. Ooh, that is hot. Oh, so I get to choose. Visit the Abbey in Leslie, or go to Belfort, the main port, into France. Now, Leslie seems more like a interesting lead story-wise. Let's go to Leslie first.
Lesay was tiny, but as it turned out, worth the trip.
No, it was.
In the small abbey church of the Trinity, I met a monk who claimed to have talked to a man fitting Jack's description. He'd been fascinated by the abbey's rib vaulting and had asked the monks countless questions about the place's construction. The monk apologized that he couldn't tell me where Jack had traveled next, but I didn't mind.
We're hot on his trail, guys. Hell yeah. Got a couple of freezes coming in. Oh no. Freezes? Oh, freezes on the stream. Gotcha. Is it acting up for you? Looks like we're pretty stable over on my end. Yeah, have you been around, Crispy, the last couple days? I've been trying using a hotspot. I don't know if you've been around since I've been trying that. But it has been a little bit better. But today we've been a little bit rocky, but we haven't gone below 20 frames, which is good. It hasn't totally dropped out. And it looks like we're stable right now, so hopefully it's not anything on my end that's doing anything to you. I know that doesn't help you, but at least it's not my fault. Or my ISP's fault. I guess. Just like I'm stable for now. Hopefully it doesn't do it anymore.
I lay down to sleep on the floor of the Abbey guest house, and for the first time in almost a year, I felt relief. As I drifted into sleep, I hugged our baby tight and whispered into his tiny pink ear, "We're going to find your daddy."
Nice. I feel like Alien is definitely looking different. She needs to eat something. Okay, so follow the pilgrims to Mont Saint Michael, or took a stop in Le Mans. This is closer, so can't we end up going there afterwards, you think?
My father had once told me tales of the Mont Saint-Michel. Long ago, the Archangel Michael had urged Hubert of Avranches to build an abbey on a lonely rock on the ocean by burning a hole into his head. They say one can go and see his penetrated skull on display in the church of his hometown.
What? Okay.
It was a windy day when I arrived, and the place was crowded with pilgrims and jongleurs. I remembered Jack's fascination with these tellers of stories. I spoke to one who was just taking a break. As it happened, he had indeed met Jack, although not in Mont Saint-Michel, but on a road heading east from there.
We are on Jack's trail, dude. I'm making some right decisions, but I do want to see what the definition of this word is. Hold on. Jongleurs. I guess they're the storytellers, is what she was saying. Am I spelling that right? What? What? I gotta be a VIP or a moderator to do that. What? I'm the gosh darn streamer. I've used it before too. What the hell happened? Okay, I guess they must have changed how the permissions work. I gotta give myself permission to use that. That's hilarious, dude. Okay, sorry. 1 second, guys. Fucking my own bots not listening to me. You kidding me? You son of a bitch, you're gonna listen. Streamer. There we go. Let's see. Alright, so the fuck? Yeah, not like this. Yeah, for sure, Crispy. Let me see here. Try that again. Define. An itinerant entertainer in medieval England and France. Roles including song, music, acrobatics, etc. A troubadour. Oh, okay. Interesting. I've never heard that word. Jongleur. Must be the French version of it. I've heard troubadour before. Okay, cool. Learning something new.
Apparently, Jack had been hopelessly tracking jongleur who might have known his father, Jack Cherbourg. But as he'd been gradually running out of money, he'd intended to look for work in Le Mans or Tours. That was about 6 months ago. I was catching up.
Le Mans. Let's go to Le Mans.
Going to Le Mans reminded me of all the trouble I'd left behind in England. 30 years ago, Le Mans had been conquered by the Plantagenet Geoffrey of Anjou, Maud's husband. And although they'd held it ever since, other noble families kept on pulling at the city, like Maud and Stephen tearing at England.
Yeah, we're just caught in the mess,
There was
aren't
no
we?
sign of Jack, but I got news of a new kind of cathedral being built in Saint-Denis, just north of Paris.
Saint
It was
Denis.
possible that Jack had gone there to learn from the
Saint Denis.
craftsmen. That was, if he hadn't travelled further south, looking for work in one of the many churches in Tours, the hometown of Saint-Martin.
So we should still check Tours. So we can go to Saint Denis or Tours. Tours is close. Let's go there. After 2 months on the road. Well, that was not a very long little stretch, and that was 2 months? Or is that 2 months since we got to France? Are we gonna find Jack? Look at the little birdie. Birdie, birdie, birdie. We got here church design. Like the ones Tom used to make back in Kingsbridge. Everything feels so far away now. Aren't they usually round? Never seen them like this. Just like in Kingsbridge. Although the design looks very different. Almost from another world. Seems self-assured. A bit of anger on his lip, though. There's your statue of Mother Mary. You and me both know. Being a mother is not easy. Alright, let's talk to this important-looking man.
Good day. Are you the master builder?
What is it?
I'm looking for a mason who may have passed through here. An Englishman with carroty hair. He calls himself
Carroty hair.
Jack Jackson.
I'm hormonal and super emotional. I
Yes.
fucking love you all.
Did
We
you
love
see
you too,
him?
Stella.
He might have asked for work here.
No.
Yeah, I got a hug
no,
for you.
I'm not looking for new masons. Well, we're just doing repairs.
Ah, but was he here?
No, never seen him.
Oh, I get
Now,
the generic
stand
one?
back,
Okay.
woman, something could fall on your
There's a hug
baby's
for you.
head.
Yeah, get that baby out of this construction site. Are there other construction sites around Tours? I was told he came here. May I talk to your workers? Let's see, are there other construction sites?
Are there other construction sites around Tours?
Well, yes, it's a big town.
And where would an outsider most likely find a job?
Dunno. Ask around.
Okay, well, can I talk to your workers?
May I talk to your workers?
No, they're busy. And I can assure you they have nothing to say on that matter.
Oh, come on.
Perhaps
Do we
I'll
slave
talk to
driver?
them once they've finished for the day.
It would be a waste of time.
You hesitated when I mentioned a redhead? What's that about, dude?
You hesitated when I mentioned a redhead. Are you sure you haven't seen him?
Yes, I am sure. All right, he was here.
Why would you keep
Was
that as a
working for
secret?
me, but I had to throw him out after 2 or 3 days.
Why?
Why?
Because he was all want. Let me redesign the roof, let me make the nave lighter. All pretty ideas, but he never shut up long enough to do the work he was supposed to do. Shit, that man was almost as needy as my son when he was still a brat.
That could be Jack.
He does know a lot about his craft.
Well, I know masons like him. They grow up gifted but without a mote of discipline in their guts. Can't work with someone like that.
Do you know where he went next?
No idea. Maybe to Limoges or Angoulême. Maybe even to La Rochelle. Seemed to have plans for every cathedral on God's green earth, but none for himself.
I understand. I'll leave you to it then.
Bon voyage.
Man, we are hot on his trail, dude. Let's get out of here. Okay, let's see. La Rochelle. Let's hover over him. Important in Freeport town. Another site with another cathedral. A flourishing artistic center. I mean, if he's going for cathedrals, wouldn't it make sense to go to another site with a cathedral?
We had just left Tor when I
She looks
suddenly
tired
felt
there.
dizzy. I stopped and made rest, trying to catch my breath, then lost my breakfast in a ditch at the side of the road.
Oh no, dude. We're gonna catch dysentery. Or she died of dysentery.
To my horror, our baby too had grown pale, his breath shallow like that of an old man. I tried not to panic, but the next inn was a long distance away and we couldn't stay on the road where it was wet and cold.
So what are we gonna do? Head back to Tours, or we can go make it to Poitiers? Try to go to Poitiers? Please don't kill my baby.
I managed to walk until the sun had fully risen before I keeled over. The knife merchant who'd been traveling behind me flagged down a coach heading back to Tor and haggled with the coachman to carry me back to an inn.
What, we're still going back to Tours? Man, I made the wrong choice
In
then.
Tor, the fever got worse. I remember people carrying me into a room, laying me on a bed. I tried to feed my baby, but after that, everything turned into a blur.
Oh no, Eliana?
When I awoke, Jack was standing next to my bed.
No way. What?
He scolded me for following him. You know you could go anywhere you want, he whispered. Why be stupid and follow me?
Is that how Jack's gonna react to this? Just
I
come on,
tried
dude.
to answer, but he just opened the window and jumped out, heading toward ancient Greece, or maybe all the way to Arabia. And in my feverish mind, I followed him.
So is this real or just a dream? What is going on, dude? Are we really doing that? Oh, whoa. Yeah, this is like a dream, huh? Cradle of civilization or the birthplace of philosophy? The birthplace of philosophy sounds pretty badass.
The further I went, the angrier I got. For years, I'd been fighting for my family. I'd committed myself to an oath to my father. I'd built up a business to sustain it and even married a man I despised so I could create a future for the people around me. I'd known nothing but my duty to the men in my life, while the man I was trying to find lived a life of casual irresponsibility. He traveled the world on a whim to learn about mathematics and philosophy, while I had to raise the child he'd fathered.
I mean, you left him though, so I mean, it's not like you didn't want to father a child with you.
When could I ever do anything just for myself? I asked the world as I went on.
A site of great failures, Kingsbridge. Or I could click on Greece again. Go back to Kingsbridge, I guess?
I'd traveled in a circle all the way to the edge of the world and back, only to return to the place of our failure. With my eyes closed, I listened to the sound of ripping yarn and crumbling walls, and of coaches carrying good people away into a cloud of crimson dust.
Dude, this is a fever dream for sure, man.
When the last moat had settled, I opened my eyes again and found myself in a dirty little room. An old maid was sitting next to my bed and smiled at me, then handed me my baby. Oh, dear God, he still looked so pale.
No, no, little baby Jack. Keep him warm, feed him. Feed him?
I tried to feed him, but he refused.
Oh, no.
Oh, please, God, let him live. Don't punish him for my own sins. I gently caressed his head until finally he put his mouth to my breast and drank more and more, becoming greedier with every swallow. We had both
Hungry little
been
baby.
spared. We rested one more day. Then I gathered my things and headed back to the cathedral to thank the Lord for his mercy.
But what about Jack, though? My 2 packages from October last year never left Japan, so they were returned and I get a refund. Okay, well at least you get the refund. I'm sorry about that though, that's very inconvenient. At least you get that refund. I need to thank the Lord for sparing our baby's life. What? It's got the praying hands, but then a knife overlaid on top of that? What is that supposed to mean? The juxtaposition on that, dude. It's funny. It's just because she has a knife to use, because we've used it once or twice in the story. It's such a weird glitch. I need to thank the Lord. See, here's that knife. I got my baby. I won't give the baby a name until I found Jack. And then the Amours. The book is starting to fall apart. Where do we go from here? Oh, the Statue of Mary.
I thank you, dear Lord.
All right, steady
I thank
now.
you for having spared my child. I thank you for...
Don't let go until it's done.
Uh-oh.
But why are you showing mercy on me? I failed everyone I cared about. I failed Jack. I failed my brother. And if I never return, I would also break the oath I had given Father. It's just that I feel like I've never had a life of my own. I've always fought for others. And this may be the very first time that I fight for something that I only want for myself. Maybe I should just go back and help rebuild Kingsbridge. Maybe Jack doesn't even care for me anymore.
Oh, come on.
Amen.
There's no way, right? Jack was in love. Jack seems like a good guy. Oh, look. Didn't Jack make one of those corbels before? There you go. I'm just glad they showed up and I didn't lose anything. Longest missing package ever, right? Yeah. That is a long time. I wish I clipped every game where you said, "My baby!" I said it a lot in Yoshi's Island. That was the one where I said it the most for sure because I kept losing him. Yeah, and failed. Yeah, right? It's so sad that she's being so down on herself, you know? But hey, check this out. It's Corbel. Let's have ourselves a little think first here. Is this? Could it be?
I've seen one of those before.
It's amazing, isn't it? The man who did that really had it in him.
Oh, I'd like to have it in him myself. Had what in him? Yes, I knew him once.
I agree. He always did.
Oh, you knew Master Jacques.
Yes, but it's been a while since I last saw him.
It's a shame that the Master let him go. In just 1 month, he did so many things.
What did he do? I thought he left after 3 days. So what did he do?
What did he do?
He came up with ideas for how to make the construction easier. But the Master didn't want to hear it. To tell you the truth, everyone thinks that he feared for his own job having someone like that around.
Lame.
The last thing Jack did was carve that corbel. It was the one thing the Master let him do. Then when he was done, he was asked to leave.
Your master said he had no discipline. It bears so much pain. I'm gonna say your master said he had no discipline.
Your master said he had no discipline.
Let me tell you something. Jacques worked very hard on it. He was impatient and had a temper, but you could see that he tried to overcome it. Conquering that rock was very important to him.
Oh, I understand that so well.
That sounds like the Jack we
Do you
know.
happen to know where he went next?
He wanted to walk the pilgrim trail to Santiago de Compostela.
The Camino? The Way of St. James?
He said he might find someone there who knew his father.
Just one more thing. How was he when he left?
Never thought about that. Relieved, I guess. He seemed ready for something new.
Thank you so much for your help.
Think nothing of it. And good luck on your travels. May you find what you are looking for.
Hell yeah, let's go get Jack. You guys hear about Gilbert Godfrey? I have not. Yeah, he voice types the Burden of Aladdin, exactly.
Isn't it odd?
What about him?
Just when you stop looking, you come across the most curious of things. Like these 3 devices that one of my merchants brought back from Baghdad.
Oh no. Is it another one of your Banu Musa toys, Rashid?
They're not toys, Adriel. They're objects of scholarly ingenuity and reflection.
Died today?
My valued
Many
friend
heart
from the
conditions.
north do the
Aww.
honors.
That's sad. Damn, guy had a hell of a voice. R.I.P. Gilbert Gottfried.
Jack, if you may.
If I may what? I am Jack once again! Donkey device? Let's think about that for a second.
For one,
One of
draw your
Rashid's
attention to
huge
the
boys.
magnificent song
It's from a country far east of here. It runs with water alone.
to that wondrous donkey next to the entrance.
A Jew, a Muslim, and a converted Christian. Yet their quarrels are always playful,
The most
full of
astounding
wisdom
thing
and
of
curiosity.
all stands right between them.
Plain wood, stone eyes, a statuette of a lady,
Statuette.
with no mechanism or machinery.
Precisely.
No one knows how to.
One thing at a time. Let us let Jack
Work dipped in
decide
tallow
what
and
to
wrapped in wax.
demonstrate first.
This too must have been a clever invention. How easy it is to lose one's sense of awe. Nice observation there, Jack. I'm trying to bring down the news, but I liked him, and seems that some people haven't heard the news yet. Yeah, for sure. Sorry, I did that in my inner voice. Yeah, for sure. I appreciate you bringing that up. So yeah, that's so sad though, for sure. Thanks for letting me know. Now I can keep in my thoughts. That's what he deserves. Small container. It's fitted perfectly into the device, but can be easily removed. Usually holds the water. Songbird device. Another new device. This one works with steam. Pure ingenuity. Filled with water. Water to cool off in the afternoon. Too heavy to carry around. Alright, so we should try the... No, we can't do the donkey
What is
device.
he doing now?
Start with the lady.
Not much, I suppose.
On second thought, why don't you save the lady for last?
Okay, ladies
Otherwise,
last.
the other 2 devices might appear bland and boring in comparison.
10
I
4.
agree.
How about the small container? Oh, we got a knife too. See that knife still there? That's so funny. All right, we'll fill it full of water. Okay, got the knife and the water.
And now?
Now I put the candle underneath it.
Now, Jack will heat the water in the tank.
Put the candle in my pocket. She must never know I burned down a cathedral. That's funny. And place that right there. Got a hydrate from Brett. Thank you, buddy. Oh, what? No, I want to put it here, dude. Small container.
What is he doing now?
Thank you very much. Got some water tonight, guys.
Beautiful, it will make you cry.
Inception water. Look at that. It's so funny that it keeps putting the knife over everything, dude. It's got 3 dudes and a knife. Well, I guess it would be a sword at that like size for them. Inspect. The Banu Musa. The Banu Musa brothers were 3 scholars of Persian descent who lived in Baghdad in the 9th century. They were known for the Book of Ingenious Devices, a large illustrated collection of mechanical appliances and automata. Those automata were largely designed for entertainment, but featured innovative engineering. The brothers also wrote books on astronomy, astrology, and geometry, the last of which had a great influence on both Islamic and European mathematicians. Nice, dude.
Marvelous.
How does it work?
How do you know it's not vodka? Oh, in my bottle? Well, because I don't drink. That would help.
Right.
Posture check for Child. You know what? Let me go ahead and go switch to standing. That's a good cue to do that. And what's up, Child? Thanks for looking out for my back. Oh, shit. Explain it.
There's a hidden wheel inside the box.
It turns an axle that in return raises and drops a sequence of small cylinders inside. These cylinders work like fingers playing a flute.
But who is blowing into the flute?
Steam.
Steam?
Yes.
Steam? Like where I buy my video games?
Gradually pushed itself into the tube.
The power of steam. For once, I must agree.
Yeah, it's for video games, dude.
Brilliant. Of course.
I thought we got all the way through this game. No, we just got through book 2.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. What else have you got, Rashid?
Anyone care for some tea?
Thank you, my daughter. We will have some as soon as Jack has finished our presentation.
Mind if I watch?
Of course not.
So, who is this man, Rashid?
You a drink or so you tell us? I mean, I hope that you trust me. Or whatever. I don't joke about it.
A brilliant man, a scholar and a talented artist.
So what are we doing next?
The other day,
Are you just still talking?
to me.
Just talk really slow sometimes.
What is that? A Greek who wrote a book called The Elements of Geometry. The Egyptians translated it into Arabic, and now the Englishmen are turning it into Latin.
How very peculiar.
Okay, so are we like continuing on now? I feel like we're just getting a lot of nonsense. What's the story? Can I do the statue lady yet?
No, it's too heavy.
So, do I fill some water again?
I could watch this man scoop up water all day.
Okay, that's a weird thing to say, dude. that's a weird thing to say. Can I use it on the donkey? So what happens next?
Now, watch the head. Just any moment now. There. Did you see?
What is it?
It threw up.
Rashid, this is disgusting. Oh, far from it. Would you kindly explain how it works, Jack?
Yeah, what did it drop in there? It's pure magic. Explain it. That'd be funny. It's pure
You see
magic.
that bowl floating on top of the water? At the bottom of that bowl is a small hole. Through it, the bowl is slowly filled with liquid. Once it's full, it sinks, pulling a string which makes the ball drop onto a weight. This, in return, pulls the bowl up again, emptying it in the process.
Thus resetting the entire mechanism.
If you timed it perfectly, you could make it drop a ball at every hour.
Turning it into a clock. How clever.
For me, it's still nothing more than a puking donkey.
Show us more, Rashid.
One could join those two and build a singing donkey clock. One song after every hour.
A singing donkey clock. That's cool. Let me catch up in chat here. I never thought about you drinking, Dom. When was the last time you drank? I mean, I've never drank, really. Like, I don't know. It depends what you mean by drink. Like, last time I ingested alcohol or whatever would be at Lemur's, a baby shower, because they had a game where you had to drink alcohol through a bottle or whatever, just as like a little game. And I mean, it had to be alcohol, or else I would have much rather it had been something else. But I've never liked alcohol, so I've never drank. It's not like I ever stopped drinking. I just never started. Crispy said, "Hey, Shylin, lurkers too. Hello, yes. Shout out to those lurkers. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Hope you're having a good one. Feel free to say hi." So just having a crazy random side effect. Gonna try to make some noodles and maybe some art for the first time this week. Hey, there you go. Sounds good to me. I mean, noodles or art or both. Actually, both sound the best. So I think you're on it. Wish I could bring you some chocolate, Stella. I think you can't have chocolate. I wish I could make you some fresh ramen noodles. Yeah, there you go. My family's recipe for fresh pasta. Oh, there you go. I'd love that. Do you feel comfortable answering side effects from what? Homemade pasta? Yes, please. Yeah, homemade pasta sounds great. Let's see. She said the music after every hour. That would be pretty clever. Wouldn't that be annoying? No, that'd be pretty clever. Like a cuckoo clock.
That would be pretty clever.
I know, right?
Like, yeah, I know.
You
Shut up,
could be
Jack.
the one to build it.
Oh, that would be unfair. It's your invention.
I would let you have it. Or we design it together.
Harumps.
You still haven't shown us that statuette yet.
Yeah, let's see what the statuette is.
Jack, if you may.
Does it need water? I'm not sure what my symptoms are from. Everything from almost standing up to headaches that make me throw up. Oh, really? Whoa. I'm starting to hear that, Shyla.
Oh, you will love this. Just watch.
Sure, what do I do with it? Put it on the table? I need to put it somewhere cold. It's so funny that the knife overlays everything. Why? Somewhere cold. I did blood work today, so we will see. Okay, cool. You're on top of it. That's good. I miss painting. Yeah, I'm gonna see in your paintings. Now let's see here. We can talk to her. Let's do that real quick.
Don't let me distract you, Jack.
No, but girl, you're so distracting. Put it on the small table. Is it cold because it's out of the sun? Is that how it works?
And now?
Just be patient, but don't look away. It takes some time for her to
cool down, I guess, huh?
To do what? Hmm?
Is it crying? Isn't that amazing?
Is that condensation or
No,
something?
it's irritating. Rashid, what is going on?
We don't know. It's a mystery. I'll say that one.
It's a mystery.
Rashid, please.
We all know that there is no such thing as a man-made miracle.
And this piece of wood is very clearly made by man. I very much agree, my friends. But so far, none of us has an explanation.
I mean, someone did it on purpose, though.
All we know for certain is that her glassy eyes shed tears when you move her from warmth into cold.
Condensation, right?
Like a plant at sunrise. Like dew. The only difference is the surface. That's all.
Ask her to go on. Go on.
I think you may be onto something.
Am I? Of course, I had no intention of disturbing your conversation. But if you can find out why there's dew gathering on a plant, you may understand why that woman is so weepy. So, who wants a cup of tea?
I'll have some.
Your daughter
I mean, wouldn't
is
they
quite
know
something,
about
Rashid.
condensation
A
by then?
scholar in her own
They have like
right.
tea and stuff.
I know. I'd rather she wasn't.
I guess it would have to be a
Make
cold
marrying her
drink,
off so
right?
much easier. Oh, I'm certain that won't stay a problem for long.
Maybe the dew originates from invisible water in the air.
No, Jack's
Water
making
that stays hidden when it's
jumps.
hot.
Water that stays hidden when it's hot. Water vapor in the air. There you go. It sounds like someone who's trying to translate it into someone who doesn't know what they're talking about, you know?
The pilgrim trails across France converged at Osterbat in the foothills of the Pyrenees. There, the group of 20 or so pilgrims who had been traveling alongside me since I'd left Tours swelled to about 70. Some were prosperous citizens, some probably on the run from justice. A few drunks, and several monks and clergymen.
A little rhyme there.
Several languages
Bars.
were spoken, including Flemish, a German tongue, and a southern French language called Oc. Nevertheless, there was no lack of communication among them, and as we crossed the Pyrenees, they sang, played games, told stories, and in several cases had love affairs. while my baby and I kept mostly to ourselves.
Ganz schön frech, die mit ihrem Kind.
I don't understand. Is that Flemish?
Hush now. Hmm?
Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Hum a song, rock the baby, apologize to the pilgrims, go for a walk, hum a song. Jack's song. Nice, cool. Fellas, give it some links, helpful links. Awesome, that's awesome. Apologize to the pilgrims, rock the baby, go for a walk, rock the baby.
Kann ein Mann nicht einfach mal seine Ruhe haben? Der Weg aus Babenberg war doch anstrengend genug.
Rock it again. Come on, little baby Jack. I guess we can apologize to him.
Hat ja auch gar nichts verloren. Stimmt doch, oder?
Jetzt ist's aber gut.
I'm sorry. He has to cry himself out before he'll fall asleep.
You're just such a sad little baby.
It will give you a strong voice one day, won't it? Do you
Interesting
have
way of looking
children?
at it. Talking to the pilgrims, rock the baby, go for a walk. Keep talking to the pilgrims. They haven't replied in English at all yet.
Traveling to get here. I met pilgrims from as far east as Franconia.
Franconia, I think it's part of France, I guess?
I am sorry. We'll go for a walk so you can get some rest.
That can't be fun to have a crying baby nearby when you're just trying to take a rest. You know what Jack looks like nowadays? Oh yeah, what does Jack look like nowadays? So we're gonna go for a walk, huh? Where are we going? Heading away from the camp. I guess this way? Down the riverside. Baby Savage gonna have a strong voice one day. Interesting, right? Yeah, she's so calm. I'd be going nuts. Yeah, especially have a baby just crying in your lap. And she's probably super tired as well and hungry. And this baby's just wailing away. Blind woman? Oh, this is pretty sad. We'll suck her. That poor soul. Maybe I can help her somehow.
Come back to me. Please come back to me.
Dear Lord, what are you doing?
Dear
You should
Lord.
get out of the water. It's freezing.
My ring. I lost my ring. Dear Lord, please show mercy.
No, can we help her? She lost the one ring to rule them all. We're going to Rocky Ridge. Yeah, there you go. Where are we going? Rocky Ridge.
The cold will kill you.
I can't leave without my ring.
My precious. The town was granted bridge privileges. Is that what I said? So all pilgrims must pass through here. Town's merchants profit greatly.
Where did you go?
Yeah, it does say bridge privileges. Okay, what does that mean? They're the only ones that can have bridges. Camino. Crossing the Pyrenees was hard. Now it's all the way west until they reach Santiago de whatever. Day whatever. Search for the ring. We'll see that. Oh, I see the little shining thing. There's a shiny right here. Let me just keep it. She puts it in her fucking thing and everything in the little pouch. It's so funny. Yeah, there's Shiloh again. Where are we going? Rocky Ridge. Oh yeah. I found it. Alright, we'll give it back to her. Here you go, lady.
I found it.
Get up out of that water. You can't swim. You just drop it in the water in front of her.
Yes.
I found it. There you go.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. You are a very kind woman. So very, very kind.
I'm glad I could help.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Tell me about your ring. Are you getting warmer? Let's say that first.
Are you getting warmer?
I am, thank you.
It's like baby Jack went to sleep. Finally. Little brat.
I can see this ring is very precious to you.
My precious. It was a gift from my stepmother. She thought I would stay forever, but I didn't.
Why did you leave? Tell me about your stepmother. Why did you leave?
Why did you leave?
Oh, I thought I didn't belong.
Because you were blind or what?
She always said I was her daughter, but I was sure she was lying. I was so selfish and so stupid. Too stupid to see I really was happy.
Well, you regret leaving now, it sounds like? Maybe you really weren't happy?
Maybe you really weren't happy.
I don't know. I was very young and thought I was unhappy because I didn't live close to the sea. But in the end, the sea did not feel the same about me. The cold there made me sick. It took away my sight.
It took away your sight? Oh, what? Courageous for you to leave. Why didn't you go back? It was courageous for you to leave, I guess.
It was courageous of you to leave. You did what your heart told you to.
I was stupid. So stupid.
Ah, that's why you went on the pilgrimage.
Yes. So that St. James might see my devotion, and I will be united with my mother in heaven. I'm just not as kind as you. Not kind at all.
You could be kind if you want to be. Just gotta want it. Made her blind after making her sick. Damn, yeah, she got so sick she went blind, huh? Damn. You are too hard on yourself. Actually, we have much in common. Also, you're too hard on yourself.
You're too hard on yourself.
I don't know.
I too am trying to make amends with the one man I loved the most. I was told he went straight to Santiago.
You will know soon.
Not soon enough. It's still 4 weeks till I get there.
He'll be there, I'm sure of it.
I hope so. I just feel that with every day that passes, I'm losing him a bit more. And that the only thing I can allow myself still to hope for is not love, but forgiveness.
I understand.
Forgiveness will be good enough.
Hey, hush now. Not long now and our journey will be over,
Camino de Santiago and a knife. I guess every time. Camino de Santiago. El Camino de Santiago, also known as the Way of St. James, is a Christian pilgrimage route to the Cathedral of Santiago de Compostela, where the remains of Jesus' apostle St. James the Greater were presumably put to rest. The pilgrimage to Santiago, besides Jerusalem and Rome, is one of the most important pilgrimages in Christianity and is believed to be one of the only ways to free a pilgrim of their sins. By the 12th century, it has become a well-organized undertaking. Even a book was written as a travel guide for pilgrims, the Codex Calixtinus, supporting the pilgrims in completing their travel. The scallop shell is used to guide the pilgrims on their way and serves as a symbol of St. James and the Camino, because at the end of their travel, the pilgrims will almost have reached the ocean. Okay, interesting. Scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate how much you enjoy this game? 10 being like one of your favorite games we have played. Just curious. Let me think about that. Of all the games I've ever played, even like off stream, it sounds like you're saying. So out of everything, asking for basically just asking for a 1 to 10 rating on the game, right? I'd probably give it like a 5. It depends. If it ends really well and I enjoy the entire story, I'd probably kick it up to a 6. But so far, I feel like it's a really well-made point and click and all that. You know, like there's a lot of really well done stuff to it. But as far as like blowing me away, I think if it had more like puzzles and stuff. But the thing is, like, it's an adaptation, so it's like I don't knock them too much for that. Maybe even compared to other story times specifically. I guess the ending matters. Yeah, the ending will matter to me because, like, I mean, you know me, like, the story is the biggest part for me. That's why I like these story games. I know they're not for everybody. And so I know this is probably not my popular game. Like, games like this usually aren't my most popular games, but I really like story. So for me, it is a lot more fun, or whatever. I know I have been yawning a lot tonight, so it probably looks like I'm bored, but it's because I have had less sugar today because Aaron has inspired me to try to lower my sugar intake, so I'm a little bit sleepy because of that. So it's not necessarily because I'm bored of the story or whatever, because I do want to see what happens when we find Jack. I do want to eventually find Jack, and I want to see like what matters in the end of the story, because we've basically totally dropped Philip and Tom, and now it's just Aliena trying to find Jack for the baby, and I don't know that that's gonna be a great ending to this whole thing. You know what I mean? Because we started with all this stuff, and it's just gonna boil down to this. I don't know. That might knock it down to a 4. You know what I'm saying? We'll see. The sugar, nice. Yeah, you know, I'm trying. I drink a lot of juice lately, you know. So I mean, at least it's been fruit juice, I guess. But a lot of fruit juice has like high fructose corn syrup in it, anyways. So probably not that great. So nothing beats trusty old water, you know. Speaking of, I'm gonna need some more here in a second. Yay, the less star crew. I think you mean less sugar, but less star as well. Is that a new stylism? Just happened. Like it's down to one person, and that alone makes me wonder about the end. Exactly, that's how I am, Shadow, for sure. That's kind of like what's driving me forward, yeah. But yeah, it's just like when it comes to like comparing it to other games, I guess like how I look at that is it's really difficult for me to compare this to other games because it's like a specific type of game. You know what I mean? So I want to be fair to it. And so it would be easier for me to compare it to something like Lamplight City or like maybe even Phoenix Wright, because that's a point and click, you know, even though Phoenix Wright is quite a bit different. It's formatted entirely differently. But you know what I mean? Like try to compare it to something that has similar mechanics or something that has like a similar story. You know, try to find some comparison. So if I were to compare it to like something like Lamplight City, like I liked Lamplight City a lot more than I like this, you know. Lamplight City was a lot punchier, a lot more things happening all the time, and I just liked the setting a little bit more too. But I don't know, this long form stuff is pretty cool as well, you know. Like I'm a big Game of Thrones fan and stuff, and there's definitely some vibes of that here. I'm a fan of the game Kingdom Come Deliverance. I never streamed that one, but I've thought about maybe streaming it one day because it could do it with another playthrough. But it's a very similar story to this because it's very like historically accurate and stuff. And so I definitely enjoy those elements of it, you know. But yeah, it's kind of hard to compare all games together, you know. But there are certainly plenty of games that I have a better time playing. You know what I mean? Like Elden Ring, I can't put it down. This game, I can definitely put it down. You know what I mean? So it's just hard, you know. I like to use like rubrics when I review games and stuff. So I usually have categories like on the story, it's this, on mechanics, it's that, you know what I mean? So like this one, for example, mechanics would have like a really low score. It would probably get like a D in mechanics, you know, overall, if you were comparing it to all games, just because the mechanics in it are kind of boring, because it's just like clicking on stuff, and the puzzles are just like timed click puzzles. You know, they could do a little bit better than that if they wanted to. I'm sure they have in Deponia, these same devs and stuff like that. So, you know. So I guess I was also asking because I know you like the story games, right? Yeah, for sure. Game of Thrones vibes. I didn't make the connection, but for sure I see that now. Yeah, yeah, just because of like similar settings and stuff. Like I guess for me a lot of that's just like what the characters are struggling through, and the fact that there's like kingdoms and stuff at war, and we're talking about people who are just like affected by that. There's a lot of Game of Thrones kind of in that, but also Kingdom Come Deliverance, which is a game that's about I can't remember what part of the history it is, but I think it's, I don't know, it's somewhere in Europe, I think, which I remember. But it's like based off of like actual like conquests that happened in actual real life, and there's like a bunch of historically accurate like characters and stuff within it, so you can actually like look up some of the like big people in the story, and they actually have like a history, and you can learn all about how the real person was and stuff, which is really cool. But you just play like a blacksmith's son who's trying to get this sword to this knight. Because your dad died and stuff, and after your town was like ransacked because of the war, kind of like how Aliena, you know, she ended up this way because her whole like town got ransacked or whatever. So, but in this instance, you're more like Jack, I guess, in a way, because you're like a blacksmith's boy, and so you're like nobody, you know. And it's a really interesting story. What's really cool about that game is that everything is super realistic. So if someone tells you like, "Hey, we're gonna be here at 6 o'clock in the morning, and we're gonna leave off on this mission, so you better be there," if you're not there at 6 o'clock and ready, they just leave without you. Like, it's such a realistic game, and that's what's really cool about it. Is it's so like you have to play this role. It's like it puts the R in RPG, you know what I mean? The role in role-playing game. That kind of thing. And still got that Stellism in there. Awesome, hell yeah. It's also like a history lesson, that's kind of dope. Yeah, right, yeah, for sure. And that's what I think is cool about it. I think this is trying to tell us a lot of stuff too. Like when it tells us about those historical things and like those, when I read those little documents or whatever, I think that's trying to tell us about stuff in real life. I'd have to like double check just to make completely sure, because the game never tells you so any history, but it sounds like it's trying to give you like, this is based off of something that happened in real life, and this is how that worked, or whatever. Like I was talking about King Henry and stuff earlier. So pretty interesting stuff. I like that. And even if it's not true, the fact that they're trying to like flesh out the lore that much is cool. I do like that. So you're hanging out with me, Tush. My spelling is rubbing off on you. Yeah. Yeah, I think you meant too much instead of touch, but there you go. it just keeps happening. It just keeps chaining them. That's funny. But yeah, I appreciate you asking that question, Shia. That's a really good question to ask, because it's a difficult one to answer, and I think that means it merits a nice discussion. So yeah, for sure. Thank you for asking. What would you guys rate it? That would be very fascinating if you guys could give me a rating out of 10. What you guys rate this game? Even if you know it's a 1, that's fine. You know, it's okay. I'm just glad that you're here. If you rated a 1 and you're still hanging out with me, thanks for hanging out. You know, that's amazing, and you're cool. You know what I mean? But yeah, if you guys have like a rating or whatever for this game, definitely give it out. Is lame a rating? Well, a 1. There you go. Yeah, you can call it a 1. For sure? Okay. I had a feeling, because I know you said this isn't your favorite, and I had a feeling maybe even why you were asking is because you were wondering if I'm just suffering through it for you guys or something like that. Because I wouldn't suffer through a game. I mean, you saw me last night. As soon as Kenna got like annoyingly hard, we're out of there, dude. We're in Little Nightmares 2. I was like, we're out of there, dude. I'm not interested in this. So yeah, don't worry. I would not suffer through a game if that's what if you're at all concerned about that. Because to me, it's like a 5, you know, which means it warrants definitely continuing, I think. But if you guys totally hated it, I guess I could definitely consider just continuing it on my own time. If enough of you guys told me, I guess, you know, we could do something else. But we got a 1 from Shiloh. Anybody else want to give a rating? Stella? Huh? Anybody? Anybody else who might be around? Out of the couple people we probably have hanging out? I know it's not my most popular. Helps to understand why other people like it. Helps to watch. Sometimes it's good to know how much you enjoy it. Sometimes, yeah, for sure. Maybe I don't express that enough too, you know? Which it kind of brings me to a thought of, I was talking a little bit with Cody the other day and stuff, and it's just, you know, he has asked me questions about stuff I want to do with, like, with reviews, I guess, and it made me think about this idea I've had for a little bit, but I haven't done anything with it. But I'm thinking about maybe if I did, like, game reviews on TikTok, you know, like really short ones, where I just try to, like, break it down really fast or something like that, and then maybe that way I could try to help express, like, what I feel about some of these things or whatever. But I'm not sure. We'll have to think about it. The story started picking up, was a 3, then a 5, now a 2 because it's slow and shit. That's funny. Slow as shit. That's hilarious. Yeah. I feel like for me, it's definitely like taking a step down too. Like it's down. That's why I said it might become a 4, because if it's just Aliena like getting back with Jack and that's the whole thing, which I'm sure it's not, because this is all just one chapter, you know what I mean? And we just started book 3, so I assume there's going to be something else picking up, you know what I mean? Well, I guess we're still like in the beginnings of a book, and maybe that's how we should think about it too, for it being slow, you know.
The woman's name was Alba. She came from a small town somewhere in Catalonia. I quickly got used to her constantly feeling out for her stepmother's ring and the sad guilt that would always follow in her milky eyes. I wasn't sure if she appreciated my company, but I couldn't leave her on her own either. By the time we reached Los Arcos, she'd stopped talking, while I kept on dropping a kind word here and there to let her know I was still by her side.
See, the game doesn't have to be entertaining when Stella is here anyways. Yeah, there you go, exactly. We're all here. Why does the game have to be the center? But, you know, we can have conversations and talk about stuff. Can I be your, my side lick? Oh, okay. Side kick, fuck myself. I don't know what a side lick is, but you bet you, Stella. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, you can, for sure. My sidekick. I feel like you already are. #1 mod, right? Lograno. Side lick would tickle. Look at my side.
Mind and body, and yet she walked the Camino with a strong sense of purpose that willed her onward. It made me wonder.
I tell you, I'm just glad we don't have a 20-minute delay this week. Am I right?
Did I hope for love, or was I really traveling because I needed him to forgive me?
I kind of wonder if this big traveling part is really going to matter to like the
What was
story.
there
I
to
hope it does.
forgive? My decision to marry Alfred had been in the best interest of the people of Shiring. It was a sacrifice I had to make to stop the evil reign of William Hamley. These questions had haunted me for a long time now. But if I really was going to see Jack soon, it was time to make up my mind.
Because yeah, this whole section feels like this is like basically what it's all about is Aliena like having this back and forth of like, is he gonna do, am I just gonna have to ask forgiveness? He's not gonna love me anymore. And then, you know, kind of going back and like right now is like, but what is there to forgive? Because I feel like I did everything in my power. And so it kind of feels like we're creating a little bit of like tension without Jack even being here. It's all within Aliena. And so it'll be really interesting to see how Jack actually reacts. You know what I mean? That was definitely a fever dream earlier. I do not think she saw Jack. I'm not adding that to the syllogisms. Renee will be like, what? Yeah, sounds good. I understand. That's funny. Leon. Her and Alfred broke up. Did they end up marrying? Oh, yeah, they did end up marrying. Yeah. Give me 1 second.
To gradually turn uphill. It was only 2 more weeks till we'd reached Santiago. The baby was in a good mood, and so, surprisingly, was Alba.
Nice. Yeah, so what happened last time was we were all like hunky-dory at Kingsbridge or whatever. Jack's in love with Aliena. Everything's kind of going great. I think they even got like the permission to have a, what's it called? A fleece market or fleece fair or whatever the fuck they call it, where they sell wool at Kingsbridge from the king and everything was going great. And then William Hamley came in, he was like, oh, fuck that, and he just like fucked everything up or whatever, just burned everything to the ground, and just made them all have to like restart. And that's like when Aliena was like, okay, well, I lost my source of income, so I need a way to have money so that I can give money to this knight who's trying to get my castle back, my kingdom back or whatever. And so she decided to marry Alfred because Alfred had proposed to her. And he's a master builder and he has like steady income. And she just never loved him. And shortly after marrying him, she, you know, became pregnant with Jack's baby. And so she never let Alfred touch her or anything. So the baby's definitely Jack's. Obviously, he's got red hair and everything too. And because she was so cold to Alfred and had that baby that wasn't his, and he obviously knew that, Alfred left her. And so that's when she decided, like, okay, well, I've lost everything. I need to go find Jack because he's the only thing I might have left. So that's sort of where we're at with that. As you know, I thought they got married, LMAO. I told Dom this story recently, but I was having a conversation with my mom, and she told me she was off work this week because, and I quote, "This Thursday is Good Friday." The family. Yeah, that was pretty funny. She married Alfred and had Jack's baby. Whoa, hard not to judge her right now, right? Well, because she married Alfred not out of love, right? And that's like that was the problem, you know, because she was just trying to like, I guess she was just trying to think really logically and not about people's feelings, Because, you know, like, she was very definitely using Alfred, you know what I mean? Because she, like, didn't love the guy. She just needed to marry into money. But, I mean, you gotta, like, also give her a little bit of the benefit of the doubt because she grew up in a world where she was supposed to be, like, you know, chosen a fucking husband anyways, you know? So, because she's, like, a princess, basically, in a way. So she was always going to have her husband chosen for her. And so she was marrying Alfred, probably thinking of that sort of, like, energy where I need to do this for the betterment of my family and not because I love him. But then she's sort of realizing and learning that that's not how it works. Because you have to love him in order to be a good wife. And he has to, you know, love you. And so it has to be like this mutual thing in order for it to work. So I feel like that's sort of part of her story is learning that. But like I said, you know, she comes from that background. So obviously that plays a factor, I think, in her character. She did to do the right thing in her eyes and not what she wanted. Exactly, right, exactly, yeah. And then the having Jack's baby thing, you mean, she didn't know she's gonna have to marry Alfred, I'm sure, when that happened, you know what I mean? Hey, Isidore, what's going on, man? How are you? Thanks for coming back around. How is Dom today? I'm doing good, dude. We're playing, The Pillars of the Earth. Dude, it's a bit of a boring game. Definitely getting some low ratings from the viewers today. I kid, guys, but it is a bit of a slow one, but I'm enjoying it. It's a pretty fun story, and if you want me to give you a recap, dude, just let me know if you're interested at all, but I'm just glad to see you, dude. Welcome in. What are you up to tonight? You playing some Cyberpunk or maybe some Strangers of Paradise, maybe, dude? What you got going on, dude? Let's see here. So you were saying the baby's in a good mood, and so is Alba, so let's see what happens next. Oh, I guess we're going on to Camino.
After Astorga, the trail got more difficult. Alba became slower and slower, and we had to rest more. She became quiet again. The strain on her old body grew, and she worried that she might not be able to reach the end. Still, we managed to push onward.
Oh, this lady's gonna die before we get there, guys. Uh-oh. And a hydrate from Flack. What's up, buddy? Oh, you know what? I need to go get some more water. So on that note, I'm going to go get some more water, guys. So if you guys need to go, like, to the restroom, grab a snack, get yourself some water, maybe. Or maybe, you know, a soda if you want a soda. Now would be a good time. We are Dom fans. Doesn't matter what game is on. Hell yeah. I appreciate that. I just like to hang out with you guys while I play games. Down to play some Strangers of Paradise if you want to play multiplayer. Oh, no, I'm playing this game tonight, Isidore. I appreciate the offer, though, man. That's really nice of you. I do play it on Wednesdays, though, so maybe if you want to jump in with me while I'm playing it tomorrow on stream. So I guess we could try an open lobby or something, maybe. Haven't tried it out yet. Doing good. How are you? Doing good, Flag. Thank you for that hydrate. And yeah, I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to get some water for that hydrate, but we'll be right back. So
Monday,
don't go away.
Kenna, Bridge of Spirits.
Oh, and I did pick a Monday game, by the way. It's obviously it's no longer Kenna.
Oh my god, they're so cute and they're different colored hats. Look at them. All her little hats.
I love it. I decided too many of them.
Tuesday, The Pillars of Earth.
I like Tom. I hope the best for Tom, but he also left his baby to fucking die in the middle of the woods. So, not got so many good points for you, Tom. I gotta say. You know what I mean?
Wednesday, Stranger of Paradise.
Guys. Going for it? No, not everyone's grudge, damn it. See? I shouldn't have gone for it.
Thursday, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney.
Oh, what a cute camera. Just like its owner. Just like its owner. Fucking creepo, dude. Alright, I'm back. Thanks, everybody, for sticking around. Here's a hydrate for you, bud. I appreciate you. Alright, let's see here. On to Ponferrada. For Pemperada. Walk to Camino.
The next morning, she refused to get up.
Uh-oh.
Her
I knew she was gonna
breathing
die, dude. I knew
disturbingly
it.
Shallow, and she hardly noticed me touching her forehead.
The blind lady died of
Everything
dysentery.
hurts, she said,
She
and
was
urged
bit
me
by
to
a
continue
rattlesnake.
without her.
Or something. Be without her or stay with her. I mean, we got stuff we gotta do. I don't know. What do you guys think? We leave without her? I'm sure you guys don't care. Welcome back. Thank you, Stella. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Oh, looks like we're in the red, hopefully. Let me check the connection here real quick. How we been tonight? Oh, mostly good. It's a little rocky for some reason, but mostly good. Alright, I'm gonna leave without her. Sorry, guys, if anybody wants to stay with her. We gotta find Jack!
I was about to leave when a monk stopped me.
Oh, so we're not gonna
He
leave?
urged me to stay at least for another day, and feeling that he was right, I
Oh,
remained.
okay, so it's one of those video game decisions where, oh no, you don't actually get to decide. Okay, fine.
I'd hardly known
Fuck
her,
me then.
and most of the time she'd tried to push me away, as if she considered herself a nuisance that slowed me down and who didn't deserve company. It wasn't until a few moments before she
Let her
died
die alone
that,
for a living.
for the
Well,
first
we're not now,
time,
Stella. So
she
you got what you
smiled
want.
at me, and I like to believe that
Give
she
me a
saw
bad boy
me
if you
smile
want.
back.
Sorry, I missed that last part. It wasn't until a few moments before she died that, for the first time, she smiled at me. And I like to believe that she saw me smile back. There you go. There you go. I've been a bad boy. Ah, yes, the illusion of choice. Yes, exactly. Exactly, Papa. That son of a bitch game.
I still like to believe that here, in this unlikely place, dying next to a near stranger, she'd found a moment of serenity and happiness, but she'd not reached Santiago.
Yeah, she'll still,
When I left,
you know,
that thought
see your
still
mom in heaven or
haunted
whatever, right?
me. To see that a journey could come to an end so suddenly. But what would be different if she had reached Santiago? Could she have been disappointed by what she found?
Maybe. I mean, well, she was just trying to go there because she was trying to make a pilgrimage so that she could go to heaven to see her mom, right? Which I don't know why she wouldn't. Is she doing a bad thing? I mean, I don't know. I'm not a religious man. All right, Santiago de Compostela. She died unaware. This is kind of blowing my mind. Is it? It's like it's kind of funny that they would introduce a character like that and then just kill her off.
The child and I finally reached Santiago.
Like,
de
what did that really mean to
Compostela.
the greater story?
In the evening, we attended Mass in the great cathedral, then started to roam the town looking for my dear Jack. It was almost dawn when
dearest
finally
Jack.
a priest pointed me to an inn close by.
Let's think about some stuff here. The fireplace. A crackling fire. Cozy and warm. Got these jars. Someone left them here. Or forgot them. Another group of drunk pilgrims. The innkeeper. She must see many people passing by. I'm getting closer. The inn. Another inn for pilgrims. I was told Jack stayed here. But where did he go then? Resting pilgrim. A resting pilgrim. Night air is mild. Sun will go up soon. Alright, what all can I interact with? The innkeep, fireplace. Should we interact with the fireplace? Warm up the baby. Talk to the innkeep.
Buenos dias. Do you understand me?
Sinto-cho ben, pero non temos camas dispoñibles.
No, I don't need a room. I was told a friend of mine stayed here some time ago. A red-haired Englishman called Jack. Do you remember him?
Eu só che falo en galego, miña rula.
Francais? English?
Nope. Only Castellano. I'm assuming. Games that transport to another time period make me think deeply. Yeah, you like the period piece ones? I think that's what they call them, right? A period piece? Well, I guess that's what they call them in movies, right? It's a period piece if it's set in a certain time period. But I mean, it's kind of the same thing with video games, right? I guess usually video games are fiction, like complete fiction, though. Fantasy fiction. starting to forget details of his face. Oh, that's interesting. This is getting more like chaotic down here. What did Jack look like? Here's a book.
I'm looking for a man who likes to read a lot.
El logo anda sempre cun libro en riba.
Have you seen anyone like that?
Pero, por qué levas un libro en riba? Basta escangallar co peso.
She doesn't even understand that I'm looking for a person yet.
And you understand that? Do you understand what she's saying, Eliana? I unfortunately do not. Maybe I use the baby. Look at the baby. You look like this.
Oh, qué cousiña. Eche rubio.
See, redhead.
Can you give us food? Have you seen his father? I haven't given him a name yet. Have you seen his father?
Have you seen his father? Padre del Niño? Jack Jackson?
Ven sendo un peregrino?
What?
É un peregrino?
Oh, no.
Just saying, are you pregnant?
He's not a pilgrim.
Oh, he's not a pilgrim. Is he a pilgrim?
Entón, quen ven sendo?
He's a mason. He's a jongleur. He's a simple traveler. I mean, he's a mason, right? Point at something. I'll try saying he's a mason first.
He's a mason.
Ay, mal rayo, me partas entendo o que me estás a contar.
Point at something?
Let me show you something.
What am I? Oh shit. Does that just start us all over? I can't point anything. What is there to point at? Oh, point at cathedral. Okay, there we go.
He's a mason. He builds things like that.
Ah, eche masón. Albanel.
Sí, a mason. It's the same word in Galician.
Por aquí pasan unha morea de masóns. Non me poderías dicir algo máis sobre el?
Oín falar dun masón que dis que se dedica a traducir libros en Toledo.
Polo visto, di que se chama Jack.
Yes, Jack. Have you seen him?
Non sei cal será o seu apelido, pero ben é certo que non chai moitos masóns rubios aos que lles guste ler. Se tan desesperada está, por que non vai a Toledo a comprobalo por si mesma?
Entón, marchou para Toledo.
Man, I don't know half of what they're saying. I don't even know a half. Bad translation. Rubio is blonde, not redhead. Embarrassed is pregnant. It looks like embarrassed is pregnant. That's how they say pregnant, is you're embarrassed. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. Like, what? You're with child. That's interesting. Interesting that they would get that wrong. You think they would have done the research or something, you know what I mean? Especially since the person doesn't sound like they don't know what how they're speaking, you know what I mean? It sounds like someone who actually speaks some language at least similar to whatever this one is, right? I assume it's Castellano because it's old school Spanish, I assume. He went to Toledo. Are you certain you've seen my Jack, so he's not here? I don't understand you. Like, I don't understand you, but they did say something about Toledo, right?
He went to Toledo?
A Toledo marchou, sí.
Di que o teu Jack podería estar en Toledo.
All right, so I will go to Toledo then.
There we go. We got a lead.
Yes. I just pray that I understood you.
No, it
correctly.
auto-corrected. Okay. I was about to say, that seems weird. That's funny. That damn autocorrect's gonna make you look like you don't know what you're talking about. Oh, man. Damn that autocorrect. Travel to Toledo. It's interesting that Rubio would be blonde too, because I would think ruby, you know, automatically like the gem, and it's red, right? That's funny. Totally would have, you know, me, an ignorant guy, totally would have assumed it was right. Nice little establishing shot there. Maybe we're getting somewhere in the story now, huh?
Buenos dias. Parlez-vous français? English?
Of course. How may I help you?
I was told a man named Jack Jackson lives in this house.
Who told you this?
A group of scholars living at the edge of town. They said he used to translate old scriptures about mathematics before he moved here.
Please wait here. I will talk with Master Rashid.
There we go. We found him. Oh, wouldn't you know? Okay, let's see here. Got some things to think about, I think. Like the house. So big and light. Nothing like the house is a home. What is taking the servants so long? Little fountain. What a wondrous fountain. Almost like a real spring. The entrance. Another pointed arch. Seen a few since I left England. Please let Jack be here. Jack must love them. But what if he doesn't want to leave? What if he's happier without me? You think Jack loves the pointed arches? Why would he like that? Specifically, I mean, why wouldn't he like it? I guess they look nice. Oh, lizard dude? Oh, here's the pillars, dude! We have found the pillars! There you go, Papa. Here they are. The pillars of the earth, man. Let's think about them. They remind me of the cloister in Kingsbridge. Only that these keep away the good and not the bad weather. They remind me of the... Oh, yeah. Interesting. Take a peek inside. Yeah, let's do it. Go inside. I know Jack has been in here. Pillar, hell yeah, worth the waiting. There you go. Absolutely, finally got a pillar. Gosh darn it. Beautiful craftsmanship. So much more lifelike than a painting. Little table. Looks well crafted. Empty. Oh, slingshot. Songbird device. What is this? An artificial bird connected to whatever that is. The slingshot!
It's his.
Can't believe he still has that, dude. Yeah, he's got the slingshot and it's got a knife in it. Oh, okay. Jack is here. This is all the proof I need. Of course, no one else could have a slingshot in the entire world besides Jack. Very elaborate. Never seen anything like this. Jack would really love it here. I bet he does. But hopefully he still loves you more. Am I right? Oh, she gave me mad because I went in there. The landlord's daughter? She's pretty. Oh, what if Jack has fallen in love with this girl? Wouldn't that be crazy?
Oh, there you are. May I ask who let you stroll around our house?
I'm looking for someone. I was asked to wait here. Who are you? I'm looking for someone. I was asked to wait here, I'll say that.
I was asked to wait here.
Yes, my servant told me already. My father's not here at the moment, so you'll have to make do with me. Unfortunately, I must disappoint you. There's no one called Jack living in this house.
Oh, come on now. Maybe he took a different name. I found his slingshot. Please let me talk to him. I found his slingshot.
He must be here. I found his slingshot.
What? Who allowed you inside my father's archive?
I didn't mean to be disrespectful. You took a different name. I didn't mean to be disrespectful.
I didn't mean to be disrespectful of your hospitality.
I just hope for your sake you didn't touch anything. Every piece in there is precious to my father, even that slingshot. I'm sorry, but this is not easy for any of us.
What is it? What's going on?
I think you should know that Jack and I are promised to each other.
Oh, I knew that was
Maybe
going to
we should
happen.
Go inside. The sun's burning, and my mother doesn't need to hear us.
Jack went and found himself another lady. Oh no.
Jack told me about you. You are Aliena. You're the one who rejected him and married his stepbrother.
That's facts, dude.
And now you want him back.
because I love him. I need my son to meet his father. I won't take him away from you. I'm here because I love him.
I'm here because I love him.
He always said that he had come here to find out about his family. But instead, he found out about everything else. About philosophy, mathematics. When he and my father met, it was love at first sight. They studied together and made great plans.
Sounds like Jack's
But
got
in
it
the
going
end,
on.
Jack would always start talking about his cathedral again. This great church he would build one day.
I mean, he took Tom's dream.
Vaults and pointed windows. He'd ramble on about it for hours and stare up at that ceiling. We three sat here for hours and talked. And then in the evenings, it would be just the two of us. So many strange ideas about the future. Some barely more than silly dreams. Others almost in arm's reach.
Nope. I like went up to the ceiling for a second. He had always had his head in the clouds. You're talking about him as if he were gone. Where's he now? Yeah, talking about him as if he were gone.
You're talking about him as if he were gone.
Well, he's not here anymore. My
Where'd he
father had offered him work as a master builder here in Toledo. He would have been well off and free to spend his evenings under vaults like this, with me as his wife.
Oh, but then he left you. Damn.
But in the end, he refused.
Just like he was refused,
Tell
huh?
me, did you really marry his stepbrother?
It's a mistake. I had to. I think right now she views it as a mistake.
It was a mistake. I know that now. I did it to fulfill a promise I'd made to my father. I thought I had no choice. I didn't want to hurt him. Believe me.
Now there's the truth.
I do. You know, he left me because of you.
Oh, he still loves her.
Even after all you did to him, he couldn't let go. You can be glad that you ran into me and not my mother. She was enraged when he left.
He can have that effect on people.
But apart from that, we made our peace with him.
Where'd
Father
he
even gave
go?
him one of his favorite pieces of his collection as a parting gift.
Oh, the
A
little
small
woman.
wooden statue with stone eyes in exchange for his slingshot.
Would you mind telling me where he went?
He went to Paris to work on the
Ooh.
Cathedral of Saint-Denis.
Oh, we should have been
He
up
said
there
he
then.
never found out about his father, so there was no reason to stay
Could we have
down
skipped
here
all of
anymore.
this if we would have went to Saint Denis right away?
Yes. If you find him there, tell him I don't miss him.
Oh, damn. Thank you for all the best. I'm sorry for all this. I'll say I'm sorry for all this, I guess.
I am sorry for all this.
You don't have to be. What is the child's name, by the way?
Well, he has none yet. I wouldn't name him without Jack.
Isn't that a bit silly?
Maybe. But he's his son as well as mine. It's his right to have a say in it too.
Then off to Paris. That baby needs a name.
It's nice that she ends up on her side.
You will get one. Thank you.
I was a little worried there for a second. I was like, is this gonna be fucking Dramaville? Apparently not. Yeah, we're good. Oh man, that's a long way to go. Was there not a faster way you could have got there? All the way back up
I
to Lyon.
travelled back along the way of St. James, passing through Astorga, Lyon, and Burgos. I crossed the Pyrenees, revisiting Bordeaux, Angoulême, Poitiers, but never stayed longer than one night. The closer I came to Paris, the stronger my old doubts and fears resurfaced. If Jack really was
Dang,
there,
indeed.
what was I to say to him?
I would pull him very, very close. I was sure I would slap him. We would have to sit down and talk. You'd have to sit down and talk.
We had to hear each other out before we could walk on again, in whatever direction that would be.
Three months later. Basilia of Saint Denis. And husband walks back the other way. They miss the mark. Yeah, they just pass each other. Just ships passing in the night. And the whole game is just us trying to fucking hunt him down. We're just running in circles. Oh man, how boring would that be? Let's see what we can think about here. Mason. No, not him. Construction site. Whole cathedral a construction site. Would he really be here? Would he want to see me? I won't leave. Not now. Not if there's a chance to see him. Workers. He's not here. Maybe he is not here at all. Stones. Jack must hate us. Tom didn't allow him to work on a cathedral. Ooh, we're getting raided. Oh, by James. James is raiding in. What's up, everybody? How's it going? Hey, there's Pokey. What's up, Pokey? Welcome on in. Playing some Grand Theft Auto 5. Nice. Let the chaos begin. You're in control. Oh, what did you do for your Grand Theft Auto 5 stream, James? Hell yeah, man. I found James. James Raid. Hey, what's up, Dark Zekin? How's it going? Welcome in. Oh, we're looking for Jack. Never mind. Yeah, close. Close. We're looking for Jack, but we're glad to have James and everybody else. Welcome, Raiders. We're playing some Pillars of the Earth. It's a point-and-click adventure game, and it's very story-driven. So it's basically it's an adaptation of a book, and we're on book 3. So if anybody wants a recap, if you're interested, you just let me know. It's a raid, says Crispy. Hell yeah, let's go! It's on my internet pooped, and I'm on my works hotspot. Oh, just like me! Extra delay on my end. Also, welcome, Raiders. Sounds good, Stella. We're twinsies now on our work hotspots. It's a chaos mod. Chat gets to vote on what kind of crazy mods happen while I play the story. Oh, nice, cool. I've seen people using, I think, the chaos mod. I think it might be the same thing. Yeah, so just like random crazy shit happens. I didn't know that the chat could do that, could vote on it. That's cool, man. I hope that's been turning out pretty awesome. If you got VODs on, I'll have to come check that out and see what kind of stuff happened, man. That sounds like a good time. Hell yeah. I love the idea of that. I know Papa does some of the stuff like that. I would love to do that sometime. Maybe one of these times we'll do some sort of chaos mod, or not, just some sort of interaction, maybe chaos mod. If it was raining whales and a force field around me, etc. Well, that's cool, dude. Hell yeah.
We have a new follower.
Hey, Doggo74. What's up? Thanks for following. I appreciate you. Thanks for coming in. Feel free to say hi if you like. Lurkers are also welcome. We actually caused his game to crash after 3 fake crashes. Well, 3 fake crashes? That's funny. Think you can make a fake crash on him? That reminds me of, what was it? I think Papa was playing Dark Souls 3, and you could just make the credits pop up on him and stuff. Kind of reminds me of that. I was stuck doing a mission for that last hour or so because they kept fucking with me. That's funny. That first fake crash really got me. Oh yeah, you totally thought it crashed? What does it do when it fake crashes? How does that work? That's interesting. That's really funny, man. I like that. Crits also popped up on me a few times. Oh, that's a part of it too? That's great, dude. Oh yeah. I love the idea of that. Yeah, crowd control. That's what it's called. Crowd control. Yeah, I was trying to think of the name of it a second ago. I should try to crowd control sometime. That does sound like fun. Closest thing I've ever done is really early on when nobody was here to hang out. Hey, look, there's Jack. I play Dead Cells, and Dead Cells has its own kind of crowd control type of thing. That's the closest I've come, but it's not near as wacky as what you guys are talking about. He just freezes as if where a crash and pops up and says fake crash. Oh, that's funny. That's pretty cool. I like that. Hell yeah. Which way do we need to go? Aliena, she's right there, girl. Oh, and then I click out of the game. Alright, we're good. What can I left click on? The cathedral gate's the only thing I can left click on, but Jack's right over here. Oh, there we go. Now we're coming closer. It's right here, girl. Get him. Oh, Jackie boy. Oh, we're like stuck here. Oh, there we go.
There. Are we awake then? You almost missed this. Look at these colorful windows. Look at the light.
Oh, cute baby noises. Oh yeah, we talked about that earlier, Flag.
Ali.
We came to see you, Jack.
We? Is he?
Hell yeah, he is.
Son.
My son.
Man, he's not that surprised. It feels like he's just like, oh, okay, cool.
I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. Ali, where do we go from here?
Wherever we go,
We go together.
I want to go with you.
And then credits? That can't be the whole story, right?
Will you marry me? Both of you.
We will.
Oh, I forgot what I wanted in that
We
part of the
stayed
story.
in Paris as husband and wife, and our son.
Yes, James, same girl I was playing before, Aliena.
days went
And that was
by
Jack.
quickly.
I also played before.
Jack had learned much working as a builder.
If you want, I can
in
give you a recap.
Saint-Denis.
If you want.
Days became months. Then after a year, we both grew restless. Where can we go from here? We asked ourselves again. We both confessed that we wanted to see our families, our friends.
So we're gonna go back
And then we
to
knew where we wanted to go.
Kingsbridge.
Home.
Oh, we're gonna go back.
Even if it was in shambles.
Go back and build it up right this time. We're back at the
We
harbor.
need to
dude.
hurry. The ship to England will leave soon.
What's going on here?
Whatever it is, if the crowd doesn't clear up, we'll miss our ship.
Okay, interesting. Okay. So this is the whole first chapter of this book has just been finding Jack. So hopefully that now the story will kick back in, you know, and get a little bit faster. That'd be great. No, it's okay. Don't want to bog down the stream. Oh, no, it's cool, man. If you ever want me to give a recap, I can try to broad stroke as much as I can. Because like, essentially what I just said is like we just been Aliena going to try to find Jack because we married his stepbrother, and that made Jack mad, obviously. And the reason why we married him is because we needed someone who made money, and Jack didn't make money because the oath we made to our father, Aliena did. So yeah, we came to Europe, though, after everything failed with that. And just basically traveled all around using pilgrimage routes and talking to people until we found Jack. And I found Jack, and now we're going back home. So there you go. Hopefully that's enough. Yeah, I can broad stroke it. Not too bad. No bogging down. Let's see here. Our chest. A present from Rashid. Wasn't easy for him to part with it, but he insisted I take it. Oh, I'm Jack now. Oh, cool. Our carriage. Nobody pays attention. The horse might distract them, or make it all worse. Let's see, priest. A priest. Maybe he can help. Smells of beer. Nervous jongleur. The crowd's about to beat him up. Nervous. We should help him. An angry mob. A commotion. About to get violent. Impossible to get through. In the shady spot. Would love to rest for a while. Sitting in the shade on the beach. Nice and cool. All right, let's see. So I can click on the horse, but let's try clicking on the priest first. Wait, first the chest. What's the chest about? Can we show people our cool doll? The inside the box kept her warm and the wood slightly damp. There we go. Okay, cool. So now we can maybe wow everybody with this little toy. That could be cool. A drunk priest is his door. Yep. Pretty classic. I feel like these stories always have at least one drunken priest, right? Josh, remember you were trying to sell wool and good quick summary. Oh, thanks, James. Yeah. Yeah, we were selling wool. Okay, I know where you were back there. Yeah, okay. So what had happened in between there, just a couple other broad strokes there for you, is she became a wool merchant, fell in love with Jack, the guy who originally loved Aliena and proposed to her, kind of figured out that she was there, and then kind of just destroyed the entire town of Kingsbridge and kind of stopped the cathedral being built and everything. And that's why she needed another source of money, because all of her wool shit got destroyed. So that's why she married Alfred. So there you go. There's another little connection there for you.
What should we do with him?
She doesn't do anything yet, but if I stood with her where it's colder...
Oh, I need to go over here. Shady spot.
Do you see? It's working.
Your friend Rashid must be quite the miracle worker.
I got that so like, wow, that's interesting. It's just like condensation or whatever. Liquid is forming on her eyes. So then we use it on the angry mob. Look at this doll.
Look. What's going on?
She's weeping.
Holy Mother. She's crying.
Out of the way. Look at her.
Revere the Holy Mother, for she has blessed us with a sign from the heavens. Cease your doings right now and witness the miracle.
Ooh,
it's true. Lord in heaven. Why is she crying?
Because we need to take the ship because of your actions.
She weeps for your sins.
What has this man done to you that you would treat him like a wild animal?
He tricked us and took our coin.
And you would kill him for your own foolishness.
The Holy Virgin weeps, for you are not living by the word of God.
Nice one, Jack.
It is the Mother of God.
Forgive us, Holy Mother. Where did she come from?
Tell the truth. Come up with a story.
For hundreds of years, she languished in the land of the Saracens. Dormant, she has been waiting for the one to bring her home.
Listen to what he has to say. The Holy Virgin has chosen this young family to protect her. Tell us all where you are headed.
To Kingsbridge.
Her destination is beyond these waters. In the small town of Kingsbridge, in the earldom of Shiring.
Now people are going to come
She
from
wants to
all
rest.
around to see the crying lady.
Where's that?
Hail Mary!
Make way for the Holy Virgin!
Hallelujah!
Make Robert well! Huh? Blessed Mary, let my daughter conceive.
Give us
It doesn't work like that, guys. She just cries.
They're donating to ask for her blessing.
Oh. The weeping Madonna shall hear your prayer. And with your donations, I shall build her a new shrine at Kingsbridge, a cathedral.
Gasp at that?
It's you.
It's you what?
Who do you mean?
You. The red-haired ghost.
Ghost?
Me? A ghost?
What?
My husband is very much alive. I've known him since he was 12 years old.
But he drowned. By God, you drowned. 24 years ago.
What are you talking about?
On the white ship.
Oh, he was on the white ship?
Poor son. My Jacques.
His name was Jacques.
Jacques Cherbourg.
Jack. Cherbourg.
Oh, it's his father. Is that maybe what it is, you think? Like his actual father's name was Jack too. That's why his name's Jack Jackson, because he's the son of Jack. Man, to live in the day and age would be so fun to mess with people. I think that's why we need like VR games and stuff for that, right? Because to actually live in that day and age would be fucking horrible. Right? There's so many bad things about living in that time, I think. We finally finished that chapter. Holy crap, that was a long one. It's already almost 8 o'clock. Holy shit, that was one chapter, guys. Some of them are really short though, so. Let's see what we did. You felt hopeful on the ship from England to Normandy. You listened to the young Mason's advice and headed to Lessay first. You and your baby fell seriously ill, but both managed to survive. You helped another pilgrim along the way of St. James. You snuck into Rashid's sacred archive. You stole Jack's slingshot from Rashid. You found Jack in Paris. You decided to go back to Kingsbridge. You saved a jongleur from a lynch mob. You met Jack's grandmother and finally learned about the fate of his father. Okay, so that is what happened. So who is Ellen then? Who's Jack's mother then? That's something I gotta know. All right, I gotta get some dinner. Have a good night and rest of the stream. Yeah, you got it. Have a good dinner, man. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for the raid, dude. I really appreciate that. Hope your dinner is delicious. Wonderful to eat. This is further back than the Victorian area, and they believed the womb could move around the body, and you needed it to massage a woman until it moved back into place. What? Why would they think that? What the hell? Like, what made them think that? You know what I mean? Like, something led them to believe that, right? Just some whim? Hey, look, it's Philip again.
But
oh, Jonathan.
There are no roots, no herbs.
Is he a young, you know, a young man now, or? Looks a little bit older. I'm giggling all the time.
What are you
Free massages. There you go, Isidore.
Garden
Free
is
massages.
in disorder.
Where's the camera going?
I want it to be right again, but I don't know how to do it.
Before I became prior, I thought the same about Kingsbridge.
It's true.
Well, what did you do?
I cleaned up.
I started shaving.
How do you start?
Suggest to loosen soil. Suggest to pluck weeds. Suggest to plant seed. I pluck weeds, I guess, first. Make some room. Some lady needed a massage bad and came up with it. Well, there you go. Why not? I guess that's just like the whole. I've heard. I don't know if this is true, but I heard that the dildo was invented to cure women of hysteria or something like that. Like some weird thing. I don't know if that's true. I mean, random shit goes around the internet, but I've heard that. I think when a woman was hormonal, they thought their womb was out of place, something like that. So the woman had a feeling that made her think that, I guess, is what you're saying? Okay. That makes sense, because I can't imagine, like, there being, like, a growth somewhere when they're like, oh, we gotta massage that back, because your belly's supposed to be big, not your back, or whatever. It's like, what? Alright, pluck those weeds. Get that weed, Jonathan.
Some plants are weeds and must go before we can plant new seeds.
What are weeds?
They take away what the other plants need to grow.
I think the definition of a weed is just a plant that's somewhere where you don't want it to be.
What do we do?
Pluck them. They look a lot like every other plant, so you need to learn how to tell them apart. Here, you see those? They're called wood sorrel. Let's pluck only those for now.
I'll do it.
If you insist.
It's kind of funny to see a young lad like Jonathan with his top of his head shaved.
Make sure to pull out all of the thin roots.
And now what do I do?
You're done? Ask him whether he's ready to plant the seeds. Suggest to loosen soil. Suggest to water the ground. Loosen the soil. Right?
For plants to take root, the soil must be loose and fertile.
So, may I dig now?
You can dig with his hands? You're not gonna give me any tools, dude? Come on, Philip. Gotta teach this kid how to do it the proper way.
Done. done.
Okay.
What's next?
Very weird how they thought about things back then. What we would consider a normal part of being human, like having moods. Right? Yeah, for sure. It's like we almost take for granted, you know, how much knowledge that we get to just inherit. Because like those people didn't have that knowledge, and certainly if the knowledge existed anywhere in the world, it wasn't very well like spread out. You know, so the printing press was such a big invention, right? The briar patch, yeah, there you go. At the prior. Suggest the water in the seed. Suggest to plant seed. We haven't planted the seed yet, so we gotta do that first.
Stay here. I'll be right back.
Oh, we gotta go get the seeds. Okay, right on. Just to be able to read was a privilege of an ability. Yeah, that too. Yeah, that's a big part of it, right? And then if you couldn't read it, then you had to like just like I don't know. Even I guess even if you can read, you still have to like trust people. But you know what I mean? Like I feel like it's so much easier to bend what you mean when you're talking to someone than when you're reading something. And to like just be learning someone else's interpretation of something that they read. You don't even know how good they are at reading. You know. Probably a lot of misinformation back then too.
Here they are.
Some seeds. The beech nuts I gave to Milius a long time ago. I remember that. I remember that. So what if I wouldn't have done that? Was that like, did I have to do that to continue the story maybe? But I do remember getting this.
For you. Remember, Milius?
Milius is dead,
You
Phil.
always said that one day there will be a beech tree growing here. I think it's about time.
You gonna grow it in the middle of the church? A beech tree? That'd be kind of cool. To become like the Erd tree. Look out. To become your new god. Oh, Milius. The ghost of Milius. Oh, and Cuthbert. Damn, dog. Miss you guys. You guys were the cool ones.
Bring?
Do you remember Milius?
Why are we off to the side like this?
A kind man with a warm smile. Well, he told me to give you this.
Why can't I watch the whole deal? I'm just seeing Philip over here. Like, hey, Philip, come on over center screen, bud. What's going on here? I don't think you can see Jonathan do anything. He's playing the seed. I don't get to see anything.
Now we just have to wait.
Fuck.
All right.
All right. And then pan to the left. What are we doing, dude? Okay.
How long?
Too
A
long
long
for
time.
us to keep sitting here.
Yeah, let's move.
That long.
Some things take time. And only with patience will you receive your reward.
Just a metaphor.
Why do we have to do all these things if all we had to do is wait?
Simply waiting would not have been enough, Jonathan. You just paved the way for things to take their course.
It seems like a
They're
metaphor.
happening right now. And in a few days' time, we will return and see the first green leaf of something new.
Is the green leaf gonna be Jack's baby?
Is it God's reward?
Maybe.
Does he make things grow?
You made it.
No, I just planted the seed.
But my boy. Philip has lost his faith in God. Suggest to what is it? Can I see it? For fuck's sake, dude.
Now you can fetch some water.
This has to
from the
be
rain
glitched.
barrel.
There's no way they intended it to be like this, dude.
That water's smelly. It's been there forever. There are many trees by the river. I bet that water's better.
That's a longer walk, though.
I don't mind. The distance is worth it.
Maybe you're right. It is worth it. Let's walk together then.
But I'll carry the bucket.
Good, it's not like Philip wanted to carry it. He's becoming an old man. Kingsbridge later that day.
Why isn't Remigius holding the sermon?
Like this kid, he doesn't want to use the smelly water. He knows what's up, dude. Into Philip, what's up? What's the matter with Philip?
Our church lies in ruins. But all of this, these dire times, have revealed something important to us. Something that, maybe until today, I wasn't aware of.
What do you mean?
No, Crispy. I don't like what that's sounding. Out in the woods, not alone. And we went there. So now we all immediately knew what she was trying to say. The dog was getting the do-it combo going. I think one more person, we get that combo. Claim that God doesn't watch them. Claim that they don't need a church. How about we, like, you know, kind of ease them into it, claiming they don't need a church. I think they're saying that God doesn't watch them. I think they're going to take that a little harsh, dude. How about they don't need a church? This is one step at a time here, bud.
You've been praying in these ruins. But you've been praying like you always did, in humbleness. We don't need a church for prayer.
Where else are we going to pray? The chapter house?
Sorry, I left early. Had to verify my phone number. Oh, no problem. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for verifying it so that you can say something, doggo. Appreciate that. Yeah, there we go.
Today,
oh, was that too late for the combo to go off?
our garden to make it beautiful again.
The combo didn't happen.
Of things
Take a look at that in a second, guys.
had forgotten. Good and evil are not in here or out there. They are within each of us.
Claim that man is the devil, claim that man is God. I mean, it's basically both, right? I'm sure that's how Philip feels at this point. The reason why Philip lost his faith in God, for anybody who's wondering, is he saw, well, I mean, it's kind of a long stretch of things, but the moment that he kind of finally lost it was when he saw a war happen. He saw men killing men, and it just seemed so brutal to him, and it just made him lose his faith. He hallucinated like this demon thing, which was pretty crazy. All right, hold on, guys. I'm going to investigate that do it command. For some reason, the command part's not, or the combo part's not firing off. You know, those force ones.
Just do it.
That's what's supposed to happen.
Your dreams come true. Just do it.
Looks like it's turned on and everything. Okay, I'll have to investigate a little bit more after the stream because it looks like it should be working. I don't know why it's not. Alright, well, that is something to check out later.
Do it.
Do it. That was a Noah do it. Let's see
Just
here.
do
Claim
it.
that man is the devil or claim that man is God? Yeah, the combo's not working, guys, so sorry. Like I just said, it's not working. I have to look at it after the stream. We'll claim that man is God, because I don't think they're going to want to hear that man is the devil, but the man is also the devil.
God made us in his image.
You can get him as a sticker for my car when I get a car. Nice, there you go. Like just in the back window or whatever, it's just him just doing the, do it! Is that what you're doing?
That man can have the devil in his heart as well.
Okay, cool, Phil, cover it.
Prayer needs no special place, for we are his church. In our actions, he exists.
We are God's temple.
No man is closer to God than any other man. Whether you pray in church or on the streets of our towns, whether you're a man, woman, monk, or
Philip's like, if we can't have a church, we don't need it then, dude. Who needs a church?
Outside. You have to see them.
See them?
Got to see the horses and the colors.
Jonathan.
Jonathan. Listen to him. Exactly. Nice. Just get a custom paint job of him on the and the subtitles across the side of your car. Yeah, just do it. That sounds awesome.
Now, what's going on?
I heard noises and I went to look.
calm down. What happened?
He doesn't sound like he's not calm,
Bree
dude.
said they brought a miracle.
Who? What? What priest?
Is it gonna be Jack and the Miracles of Doll?
Brothers and sisters.
Is this how much this is inflated?
For you are about to see something that will change your life.
Is that a horse that's supposed to look like a camel because it's got the two little
us a
artificial
miracle.
hump things?
A miracle?
Don't be shy. There is no danger, just awe that awaits you here.
What is this?
Ah, you must be Prior Philip. I
It
am
looks like it's
Brother
that
Reynold.
statue.
I have been sent by the Archbishop of Canterbury.
This is the drunken
Here
guy, right?
Is his letter, in case you have reasonable doubts.
Letter from the Archbishop of Canterbury. Alright, let's inspect this here. Take a little look-see here. Warhorn will make the sound. Just do it! That'd be so funny. I'd love that. A license plate that says, I did it. I did it. I made my car a just do it car. Is that what you're talking about? Is that an I did it? Or is it just a general one? Let's see here. Letter dated January 20th of 1141. Philip of Kingsbridge, I hereby implore you to accept the grace of the weeping Madonna, for she has chosen Kingsbridge as her shrine. After the rumors of a miracle had come to my ears, I had called for the procession to see me. I then saw it with my own eyes. She is real. I have claimed the miracle for England, and had intended to retain her in Winchester. The guardians of the Madonna have convinced me otherwise. They have come to England only to support the rebuilding of Kingsbridge. You have my blessings, Philip of Kingsbridge. I expect you to restore your priory to be worthy of the Holy Madonna. Theobald, Archbishop of Canterbury. Interesting. This is really got ramped up for them, hasn't it? Be right back. I got my popcorn. Sounds good, doggo. Hell yeah. Pop Queen? Pop Queen? Is that how you say it? Pop Queen?
We've been charged to accompany the Weeping Madonna. She is to replace the loss of your relic, Saint Adolphus the Martyr, who was taken from you, I hear, with brute force.
What?
On her travel from far away Africa, she has collected donations to reward Kingsbridge for your faith in her and in the Lord.
I can't
Jack.
believe this.
Oh, that is Jack and okay, Eliana. They're the people on the side. I just saw Jack's beard.
That is why she came. And that is why you shall witness her miracle for yourself today.
The Lady
The Weeping
Madonna.
Madonna came to me in a faraway land named Africa. A
That was
baptized
France.
Saracen was her former guardian.
Oh yeah,
And
the story of the
I
Saracen.
and the custodians of the Holy Virgin were chosen to take her on a journey.
Baptized? A Saracen?
I knew not her powers or destination. Nevertheless,
Don't question.
I carried her for many miles.
Please tell us more.
Of course.
Yes, your
My
snake
words
oil.
shall
Please, sell
prepare
it to
you
me.
For the sight of the Holy Madonna.
Named
Many bore
Africa.
witness to her miracle before it dawned upon me. She wanted to go home, but where? It came to me in a dream. It was Kingsbridge.
Just a line through his teeth, dude.
But I wondered, what shrine should be her shelter? This time, it was the Madonna herself who answered my questions. She said, "You shall build me a new church in Kingsbridge." So we set off, with the blessing of Archbishop Theobald of Canterbury. And along the road, from Paris, across Normandy, over the sea, and all the way to Kingsbridge. Devout Christians have given money for the building of the Church of the Weeping Madonna. This Church of Kingsbridge. The Weeping Madonna has chosen you, all of you. I will tell you again, dear brothers and sisters.
Yeah, this has been very long.
The Weeping Madonna.
Look, I already know that this is fake. Come on. I guess I can interrupt him, I guess. Is it door you weren't following before? What the fuck? So to support your stream or no ads? Yeah, there you go. And that's why you're seeing ads now at Crispies, because your sub ran out. So that's why you have ads.
Like these, and in dark
Alright, this guy's talking too much. Let me catch up here. If you ever seen the Big Les show on YouTube, it's Australian. You'll understand why I call it Popcoin. They call it that for some reason, and I just think it's funny. Oh, okay. I've never heard of that show. Okay. No, I forgot. That's funny. I'm glad you got it in there, dude. Now you get those notifications. Hell yeah, for being able to come back. Anyways. Now I can watch epic stream. Oh, thanks, dude. I hope you think it's epic. Here, we need to shut this guy up. He just keeps talking, dude.
What country did you say you came from?
We have traveled all the way from a place of wonders too marvelous to behold. The faraway land of Africa.
Africa has many countries, I've heard.
Yes, it does.
The
You
continent.
heard me correctly. It was a long
What's it like in Africa?
journey.
What's it like in Africa?
Socratic method, I think, is what he's using now.
Is always shining.
That's why I've never had a single ad before they found out. No, that's definitely why.
It's a land of great deserts, fig trees, and creatures that an Englishman can't even dream up.
Like these horses. Are they horses?
I don't think it's a coincidence that your badge is gone today.
They might resemble horses, but the name the Africans have.
Oh, Discord help you with that? Nice. I'm glad you joined the Discord then, dude.
Impossible to pronounce, even for me.
Oh, you're talking about camels?
I will tell you
It's a
again.
fig.
You mentioned there were fig trees in Africa. What are they?
It's a fruit, of course.
He's not wrong there, right?
Looks like a strawberry and tastes like a pear.
Yeah.
The scripture mentions these figs, and they sound nothing like that. Why
Yeah, that
is
doesn't sound like a fig to me either,
No
dude.
two apples look or taste alike. The same goes
Doubly
for
so,
fruits.
okay.
And doubly so.
I'm getting the impression that this man has never even been to Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Why would he lie?
I will tell you again, dear brothers and sisters.
Excuse me. Don't interrupt.
You must wonder.
Hey.
Just keep interrupting him,
You
dude.
heard me correctly. It
But
was
all
a
can I interact
long
with?
journey.
Explore the surroundings.
The Weeping Madonna came to me in a
Strange
faraway
animals. Let's think about
land
some stuff.
named Africa. A baptized
Just build a
Saracen was
ad
her
block Raspberry Pi. Yeah, there you go. Go do that.
custodians of the Holy
Those are not horses.
Virgin were
Those are
chosen
dogs.
to take her on a journey.
Well, that's funny because it looks like they're trying to make them look like camels, right? Because they got these little hump things on them. But they definitely don't look like camels, dude.
brothers and sisters.
Strange animals. Strange
The
animals.
Weeping Madonna
Two bumps on
has
the back.
chosen you,
Animals?
all of you.
A hope in their eyes. Already won over. Might be dangerous.
She is a true miracle that will change your
I've never
life
seen them before.
as she
Familiar
changed
guards.
mine.
Must be part of the procession.
Many bore
talk to them.
witness to her miracle before it dawned upon me.
Tell me the truth. Why are you here?
We are guardians of the Holy Virgin.
Yeah, it looks like the camel and a donkey had a fun time. Yeah, it does, dude. That's pretty accurate.
But it was the Holy Virgin herself who chose us while she traveled through Europe.
Oh, yes. How did that happen?
She speaks without words.
She
How does that
wanted
work?
to go
Sounds like a bunch of
home.
BS to me, dude. Should we look at the audience here?
My dear people.
Oh, I'm so excited to see a true miracle.
Did you hear that? The Madonna has chosen us.
She's come all the way from Africa.
It came to me in a dream.
I forgot the name of that guy, but why did you raid him earlier?
I will tell you
Did they
again,
raid him?
dear
Who did I
brothers
raid?
and sisters, the Weeping Madonna has chosen
I
you,
raid him earlier.
all of you.
I'm not sure what you mean, Doggo. Can you give me a little more context what you're talking about?
tell you
Did we
again.
raid something in the story?
She is a true miracle
Am I forgetting something already? See what else we got. Examine back of the cart. Let's see that.
Many bore
Take a little
witness
peek.
to her miracle.
A little look-see. See if we can't find little baby Jack in there, huh?
That's not fit for a shrine. And I think there's someone snoring in there. Strange.
A little baby?
Nothing sacred.
Came to me in a dream.
Okay.
It was
The cover. Let's think about the cover.
You must wonder.
Tapestry hides white
why
cover.
was Kingsbridge
Very simple
chosen
cloth.
to be the home of the Holy Virgin?
Wood.
She said,
Looks old and jaded.
"You
Invisible
shall
from the
build
front.
me a new church in Kingsbridge." So we set
Okay.
off with the blessing
So we're
of
definitely
Archbishop
suspicious here.
Theobald of Canterbury. You must be thinking,
What do I need to do?
how can he be so
Cloistered
sure?
or the kitchen? Why can't I think about those? Let's think
In
about
the beginning, I was not.
Now is not the
I
time.
only had
We'll look
my
around
faith.
here. Now is not
I
the
knew
time.
not her
Nobody
powers
inside.
or
They all came out to
destination.
watch.
Nevertheless,
Not
I
now.
carried her for many miles.
Why does it show a little
You
indicator if it's just
heard
going to say
me
not now?
correctly.
That's weird.
It was a
Remigius, let's see what he says.
long journey.
He's always cranky.
Brother Reynold. I've heard of a Reynold from the coast. A scheming drunkard who lives as a traveling monk.
Steal a statue and run.
Perhaps it is, perhaps it's not. I don't trust him either way.
The weeping Madonna came to me in a faraway
You got so
land
down with thinking of
named
something else.
Africa.
Lol, sorry. Oh yeah, no problem, man. No problem.
Saracen was her former guardian.
Okay. At least I didn't forget
and the
anything.
custodians of the Holy
Mary?
Virgin
You don't need to be here.
to take her on
If
a
it's
journey.
too loud for you.
Baptized.
A Saracen?
Martha?
What do you think of this procession?
They seem well intended, and we could use the money.
And I will tell you again. She
What
is
does
a
the Lord
true
think about it?
miracle that will change your life as she changed mine.
Oh, that's interesting. He
Many
moved it
bore
open a little bit this
witness
time.
to her miracle.
So should we go back to the front of the cart?
Before it dawned
Slap that horse on the ass. Let's go back to the front of
She
the cart.
wanted to go home, but where?
He knows it's the drunk priest.
It came to me in a dream.
Oh, damn it. Then I clicked right
Now-
back out of there. Damn it.
But it is in places
What can I
like
do?
these, and in dark times like these.
Palm
that
branches?
God's light
Let's think. We can't even think
shines
about them. Okay.
brightest.
Think about the jongleurs? No.
And
I must have
along
to
the
explore
road,
something. What do I
over
need to
the
do?
sea, and all the
Talk to
way
Mary.
to
Oh, we haven't talked to
Kingsbridge.
Jonathan?
Jonathan?
They're about to show the miracle. Look.
Are they, dude? Because we could get. Oh, look, look, look.
Devout
Little baby Jack.
Christians have given money for the building of the church
Little
of
baby.
the Weeping Madonna.
Ask for the boy's name. Ask boy why he's hiding. Ask boy if he doesn't want to see the miracle.
Kingsbridge. I
Don't
could
you
have
want to see the
continued
miracle
carry
too?
her from town to town until my flesh succumbed.
Ask him his name.
But this
I am Philip. Who are you, young man?
what shrine should be her shelter?
Oh, what? Stranger danger.
This
Yeah, he's probably
time,
better off.
It was the Madonna herself who answered my questions. You must be thinking, how can he be so sure?
Looks like we're getting somewhere, I
In
guess, a
the
little bit.
beginning, I was not.
Oh, very cool. I
I
think
only
we.
had my faith.
Yeah, I think we triggered something.
I knew not. Can you feel it? Brothers and
I can't.
sisters,
Can we get on with it, dude?
You are about to witness a miracle. The Madonna knows how you have suffered.
I guess they have to
The
wait for her to
Virgin
heat
Mother
up,
had
and
to
that's
witness
why
the rise and
talks for
fall
so
of
long?
her son, our Lord Jesus Christ, and never stopped believing. Kingsbridge has endured many hardships. Prior James left you before his time when you needed him the most. Your
Jack
old
kind of killed him in a
cathedral was
way
burned
when
to
he
the
burned it down.
ground.
How do you know this?
And your new one collapsed even before construction was finished. You have suffered the ruthless destruction of your market, homes, and lives.
Dada.
All of you have lost husbands, wives, and children, family and friends.
Dada.
There they are right there. This ain't Dada, you guys.
All of you know how it
Please
is to
listen,
be
follow
hungry
the masked
and
man.
afraid.
Oh, I almost didn't click on that.
But you have kept your faith.
Aliena, Philip.
And the Madonna.
No, cat's out of the
A
bag.
miracle, isn't it? Or something along those lines.
But how?
We thought it was time to give Tommy a home.
The boy?
Oh, named him Tom, huh?
Boy?
Well,
Hey,
Philip,
Tommy, just like Stella calls me.
do you recognize him? Our little Tommy?
Tommy? But...
Where have you been? What is all this?
Just what are you doing here with these people? Do you think I wouldn't notice it's all artifice? Your shrine is an old cart with decorations, and Reynold is just a dubious man speaking nothing but lies. Remigius has heard of him, and nothing good.
The
No.
camels were a bit much, weren't
Ice
they?
cream, Tommy! Boy, when they first said it, nice. Oh yeah.
For your priory and for Kingsbridge.
Really?
We can start anew. We can rebuild the cathedral.
What's the catch?
I'll get to be master builder.
Yeah, no, fucking
I've
Alfred
studied
this
the
time.
cathedrals, churches, and houses they build in France and Spain. I saw how different
going
the
with
constructions
pointed
were,
arches.
with new shapes, colors, and ideas. Oh, you should have seen it. They combined rib vaulting and pointed arches. I want to do that. That's why.
Why here?
Because this is home.
It's like a story about building. You know what I mean? It really is. Like, it's in metaphorically and literally. In fact, it's very literally about building. But I feel like there's also metaphors, you know, because like Aliena's having to build up her like family and her lordship again or whatever. And she's trying to use money to do that. She's also built up a whole wool industry at one point where she became a merchant and stuff. And, you know, with Philip, you know, sprucing up the Kingsbridge and everything, kind of building that up and making it successful again. And Tom, you know, being a builder, and his big thing was wanting to build a cathedral. Like, there's this huge motif of building throughout the entire story. Condemn their lies, doubt that money suffices. Doubt that money suffices, I guess. Gotta go have a good one. You too, doggo. We'll see you later, man.
The townspeople probably think that's enough to build a whole cathedral. But to me, it looks like about £100.
Building families
You know, that wouldn't
and
even pay
ties.
for
Yeah,
a
yeah,
year's
for sure.
work.
Yeah, and building families. That's
Like
another
all
good
of
one. Yeah,
this, It's a
100%.
symbol. Enough for a fresh start.
And the Madonna will stay
Wait a second, you're gonna be
here.
streaming tomorrow too? I will be. Yeah, I'll be streaming some Strangers of Paradise tomorrow. You wanna come by, doggo? Love to have you, my man.
Lies and tricks.
Have a lot more action on that stream tomorrow as well. In case that's what more you're into.
Came back.
We wanted to see you, little sister.
Oh, how are you?
Oh, I'm fine. But look at you. And the little one.
Little Tommy.
How are the others?
Alfred left Kingsbridge. Catface shows up every now and then.
Fucking
and Ellen
Catface.
returned to the forest.
What a waste.
We need to visit her.
Father lives with her now.
Whoa, what?
What's wrong, Martha?
I'm glad you're back.
I am
Oh,
too.
Martha.
Very glad.
She looks like she's about to cry. She will weep for your suffering.
You're talking about Martha?
Kingsbridge. She knows your pain.
What now?
The miracle.
It's just a trick, guys.
Her eyes are wet.
Her eyes.
Look at her.
Heaven.
They're shining.
She cannot hold her tears any longer.
She is made of wood. It's impossible.
Why are you weeping? She is mute ever since her husband died.
The Madonna has suffered as I have.
Oh,
She
whoa.
understands.
Okay. All for that.
It
You got
seems
it.
through her faith in all of your lives.
I'll try to be on tomorrow anyway. I gotta go by. Sounds good, doggo. Hopefully we'll see you then.
Mary has
Who names their kid Catface, right? Isn't that funny? I thought it was so weird. His name's Catface. I have no idea why they did that.
Can't keep trying to repair.
I'd like to think it's
Kingsbridge
his
by
family
ourselves.
name, I guess.
Things are not improving. We're struggling to keep things as they are.
Here comes some drama.
But we
Give it
can't
to me.
afford to hire help.
Without farming and fairs,
Oh, because they're
we're
about to
back
start up
Brian
trying to build it up
James's
again.
time.
All these past years, my advice was good enough for you. But it appears you've changed your mind now, again.
It is time we started doing something to wake up and make Kingsbridge what it used to be. We did before, and we can do it again.
Yeah, the only reason why it didn't work before is because it's outside forces.
Like that.
Yeah,
Don't you
Remedius rather
remember
just
what
sit here and
happened
fucking
last
sulk.
time? My, how easily we forget.
Doesn't mean you shouldn't try again, douche.
And still, you put
Destined to be a jester, yeah, cafes. For sure, man. With a name like that, dude, you're made for being a
You
jester.
stood by and let this happen. They're tricking us into giving them money for false idols.
They are giving us money.
So that we'll place this idol in our priory?
It's funny because it's all just because Jack wanted to come home, and he was just trying to get those people to get out of the way, and now it's all come to like Remedius being like, oh, they want to put this idol here. It's like, it's not an idol, it's just a toy. It's so crazy, so funny. Condone miracle, condemn deception. Oh man, I want to condemn this deception, dude. Let's do that.
No, I don't approve of their deception. The Madonna is a trick, no miracle. But the people have already decided, and I won't take away the hope they found.
I think that's valid in a time like this, man.
Did you not see what happened to Mary?
I saw. And I see that you intentionally turn a blind eye to the lies of your friends.
Oh, shut up, dude. Lighten up.
I'm warning you. I cannot support a prior who tolerates heresy.
Your threat won't sway me. No matter how unconventional, their return and their gift are a blessing.
You made your decision, Philip of Gwynedd. And now, I make mine.
All of a sudden he whips out a blade and starts to stab Philip. No!
I'm leaving.
No, he's leaving the priory. Oh, good. Done with that. No one's fucking losing any sleep over that, Remedius. Don't worry about it, dude. You're a douche and nobody liked it. Maybe the bishop liked him because the bishop's a douche. So maybe he's got that going for him.
You got so big, Tommy.
His face was
You're
jacked
just as
anyways.
shy
Yeah,
as
exactly.
your
Fuck him,
father
dude.
was.
Don't let
Oh,
him
Ellen.
fool you. Usually, he's always up to something.
And not helping, yeah. Not helping with the faithful. You can see how Ellen looks. Oh, and Tom. There's Tom. He's still hurt, dude? What the fuck happened to Tom?
So proud of you, of both of you.
Like, it just like went black. We didn't get to see actually what happened to him.
Your wife, Agnes.
Oh, see, my leg hurts.
No. Ellen and Martha moved her to Kingsbridge. She got a proper burial this time.
Will you come back with us, too?
Would you want that?
That's good. They reburied his wife.
I need your help with the cathedral. Philip and I have big plans.
We'll come.
Ellen, we found Jack's family in Cherbourg.
The place he came from wasn't Cherbourg, it was Cherbourg.
Really? What were they like?
They were good people.
What all did you learn, Jack? You
His
kind of cut
grandmother
us
said
off.
Jack
We didn't get to
looked
learn everything.
just like him, like his father.
He does. But they never came for him or asked about him.
They thought he was dead. His ship sunk. He'd always wanted to go to England.
So he wasn't even hanged or anything.
Have you ever heard of
That's
the
what we were
White
told.
Ship?
No.
Why are we lying to?
The king's family drowned.
My father was there.
He's the one that set it ablaze.
He was the only one who survived.
Oh,
for
he
long.
survived.
He
So
told me
that's
that
what
he
he
was
meant, Ellen,
accused
huh?
of stealing a chalice.
Yes. But I know he was innocent. I heard the story and had to find out
So he
what he
was
looked
hanged.
like. He told me his name. I fell in love. I helped him escape. But in the end, they caught up with us.
What happened then?
They hanged him. I was there. And you were there, Jack. But you weren't born yet.
Oh,
He was
man.
led to the gallows. Everyone was quiet. The people somehow knew he was not a thief. But I knew for sure. He told me. He was so afraid. He didn't want to die.
What a horrible way to go,
I didn't
dude.
want him to die. And I prayed.
Wouldn't that be horrible to have to watch that? It's Jack's mother!
Sang sweeter than
No, that's the song that Jack grew up with.
as if the falling melody might wing and net dissever. At dusk the hunter took his prey, the lark his freedom never.
Oh!
No! No!
God, how horrible.
You said that 3 men were responsible for Father's death.
Who were they? The Sheriff of Shiring,
Oh, that
Percy
damn
Hamley,
bishop, dude.
Prior James of Kingsbridge, and Archdeacon Waileran Bygod. They showed no
Only one of them is
mercy.
still alive.
Neither did I.
We gotta take him down.
I curse you! All of you! He will return to haunt you! One day, you will be judged for what you did. Your houses shall be consumed by fire. Your life shall end
That happened to the middle guy.
in and agony. You shall grow old in sadness and regret.
Because prior James was, he died in that cathedral fire.
They
So
killed
his, like, home
will
was burning or whatever.
To haunt them. I promised them.
I mean, Percy Hamley's also dead because he got poisoned by the bishop, because the bishop's just the biggest baddie. So is this all going to end when we get rid of the bishop?
New
Oh, speak of the devil.
Remigius. He helped to recover the bones of the Saint of
Why is Alfred
Kingsbridge,
up there?
Adolphus, from the hands of thieves. Adolphus already rests safely in this great cathedral of Shiring. Our master builder Alfred promised me that it will only be a matter of a few years until the cathedral will be finished. And the Earl of Shiring has promised to support us. But he has not done so for himself. No, the Earl is not a selfish man. His mother, Lady Hamley, is sick. More and more, I feel the whole of England is suffering from a sickness. The sickness of war, poverty, and most of all, heathen beliefs.
Oh, heathen beliefs? No way.
I have spoken to God. I asked him, begged him to walk amongst us, to heal us. But God told me that only when this great cathedral is finished will he have a temple to reside in. No matter the cost, this shall be a towering castle to protect us from evil and false beliefs.
Okay.
With this cathedral, we will bring an end to the dark times.
Waileran Bygod.
Jack, what are you doing here?
Oh, what are we doing?
My father died by your hands, Waileran.
We're just confronting him right
His
here.
name was Jacques Cherbourg.
How dare you talk to the bishop like that?
He died right here.
Who are you?
Dude, what's
I
gonna
know
happen?
that man. He's that bastard from Kingsbridge.
That man is my husband.
You?
Yeah, be jealous, William.
All
Be
of you,
jealous.
listen to what we have to say. From now on, Kingsbridge is protected.
By our knights, by our walls, and by the word of the king.
So whatever you do,
Cool, I like
we will
this.
defend our town, our market and Fulling Mills.
And our cathedral, which we shall rebuild. All workers are invited to come and work for us.
Oh, preposterous.
If you so much as try to bring harm to us, Bishop, we will make sure that you pay for everything you did.
Should probably just do that anyways, Jack, to be honest, just because that'd be cool for the story, you know? Make this fucker pay, dude. You kidding me? Oh, there we go. Got another chapter down. All right. And we're only at almost 8:30. Sweet. I think we can hopefully get another chapter down. Okay, let's see. What you did. You helped Jonathan plant a new tree. You held your first sermon in a long time. Okay, that's cool. You disapproved the deception of the Madonna, but came to see that it gives people hope. Lyanna and Jack have returned to Kingsbridge. And Robin Hood was born. Exactly. And basically Jack is kind of becoming Robin Hood a little bit, you think? He's got the slingshot instead of the arrow, though. As a person that has spiritual faith, it's so frustrating to see people who twist scripture to feed their own selfish desires. Happens so much in history and still to this day. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Stella. It's the worst thing to see, isn't it? Ah, man. It really just kind of stomps all over all the good that can come from that sort of thing. You know what I mean? Like, even as an atheist, I can understand there's some good from that. And, yeah, it's unfortunate when people use it as a tool to oppress others, right? And to get what they want.
3 years of drought.
It's not very holy of them.
3 years of hunger and poverty.
Okay, so here's that sandstorm we're seeing at the front cover.
Was brought to its knees.
Look at that cathedral, though, dude.
Only our walls had kept us safe from the bands of outlaws raiding towns and villages.
And the wall. I didn't even think about the walls. Those are new. Where did they get all the funds for that?
Bishop Waleran and William Hamley forced the workers
Those
to finish
pointed
their
arches,
cathedral
guys.
in Shiring. Many had died. The work on our own cathedral had almost come to a halt. 4 weeks the storm had raged on.
Like the Dust Bowl, dude.
It was then that our cathedral gave up its last secret.
Oh, is it why the crack existed? Is there something below the cathedral or something?
Everything changed.
Must have something to do with that crack. I would love for that crack to come into play in some major way for the story. Man, this cathedral with the pointed arches looks way cooler. More like Gothic, I guess, or something, you know?
I told you wouldn't like the sight of this.
How did Tom get up there like that, dude?
It looks bad, but it's not the wall I'm worried about. It's good you sent the workers home during the storm. Now do us all a favor and do the same. Go home. Your children hardly get to see you.
Children?
Tommy and Sally have been asking about you all morning.
Sally as well? We've skipped some time, haven't we? Okay. Lyanna and Jack's family. Oh, we don't get to see Sally's face because she's behind the fucking knife that's still here for some reason. It's funny. And she looks just like her mama. Alright, let's see here. Jack and Lyanna's family, 1154. After the promise to Waleran to keep Kingsbridge protected, Sir Catface and Jack have spent much time fortifying the town. Since then, William Hamley has not dared to attack the town again. Lyanna, who has continued her wool business, trades mostly outside of Shiring. Most of the fleece she is trading is produced in Kingsbridge, where Jack erected 2 felting mills. Lyanna and Jack have 2 children now. Tommy is already 12 years old. His little sister Sally is 9. Martha looks after both of them while Jack and Lyanna are working.
You'll kill yourself up here.
That crack down there must have been due to the storm. If the storm works, I work.
My cathedral was never designed to be this high.
I know. I reinforced the walls. It cannot be the height.
What else was damaged? I'd look myself, but I dare not come closer. If your mother knew I was up here at all, she'd kill me.
Both of us.
What?
She would kill both of us.
The east wall is about to collapse. Why? What could be the cause? Same thing that made the cracks all those years ago, I imagine. I want it to be that, because that would be cool to have it come around again. All right, let's think about some stuff. The storm. It's been weeks now. The noise and sand never stop. Hope Lyanna is all right. Tools. Hammer and chisel. Hammer and chisel. Hammer and chisel. Bolting. A small crack. Bolting unstable? Is this damaging the wall? Wooden beams. They look alright. North and south walls provide enough stability. Thank God. Calm. He never mentions Alfred, but I can tell he's thinking about him. Wonder if he'll ever get to see Alfred's cathedral from the inside. Okay. Tools. Hammer and chisel. And knife. Oh shit.
Careful over there!
Yeah, fucking careful, dude.
If we don't find out what's causing this, then the whole east wall will come down. The storm is making it worse.
If you're right. What about Aliena?
She should be on her way back from Winchester now.
God, in this storm, dude?
I hope she's all right in this.
Yeah, I hope so too. One day, people will fly like birds.
What a weird thing to say right now, Jack.
Sailing on the wind. Rashid told me.
Sure. Until then, stay away from the edge.
Yeah, that's a pointless thing to say right now, I feel. On the wall.
No. I don't want to break more stones loose. The vaulting is cracked. The roof looks all right. Are you all right?
Climbing up here isn't as easy as it used to be.
Yeah, imagine with that bum leg.
Do you want to take a break?
I'm fine. Better watch out for yourself. Wouldn't want to see the wind pushing you over the edge there.
I'm fat enough to be safe, don't worry.
I didn't expect this story to cover such a long stretch of time. Yeah, me either, to be honest. I mean, I guess I expected it to cover a stretch of time, but yeah, it's much longer than I expected too. Because my impression, obviously, was that we were going to build a cathedral, not build two cathedrals and have like some gallivanting thing in the middle of it, you know what I mean? And jump ahead through time a couple times. But it's interesting. I really love that Jack went to like France and stuff and learned about the architecture and stuff and brought that back to Kingsbridge in England. I think that's a pretty cool detail, though, even if it took us a long time to kind of get there.
He says he's all right.
Okay, so what do we need to do?
Focus on our problem.
Focus on our problem. Hammer and chisel's not gonna help us with anything.
Could be a problem.
No telling how long. Huge cracks all the way down. I think we need to like leave though, right, Jay? Oh, there we go. We can leave her this way. Whatever's cracking, it's on the pier, right? Nope. Okay, we're not done here yet. Okay. Fair enough, I guess. Do I need to use my, not my slingshot, my hammer?
If I make it worse, then we'll at least know what the problem is.
You're probably right.
Is that what we're doing? Okay, I did not expect that to be the right answer. Okay, interesting. I was way too early on that, but it gave it to me.
All right. One more time.
Nope.
It'll be easier without the sand everywhere.
Right.
And? What happened?
If the vaulting were unstable, this part should have collapsed and the wall would retract.
So, the cause of our problem is not up here.
It's underneath the
When
cathedral.
we erected the eastern wall 17 years ago, there was also a crack.
Mm-hmm, exactly, the crack.
What we did, it always came back.
Because it was here originally, yeah.
Remember?
Oh, I do, Tom.
Yes.
I do.
Yeah, I remember.
Dom remembers.
But this is not the same wall. We rebuilt it.
Still, could the cause not have been the same in both cases?
Mm-hmm. I'm thinking
maybe.
so. Stones, the ground, the crypt, the cloister, the crypt, I'd assume, because it's underneath it, right?
The crypt?
Huh. How kept the whole foundation there as it was?
But it never had to carry this much weight before.
You're right. If the cause of our problem is down there, we'll find it.
Hope he doesn't cave in on us, though.
Go ahead.
Don't you need help?
Nah, I'll manage. Just don't tell your mother.
Are you sure?
Go on. I know you can't wait to get down there.
Don't you go dying on me.
Neither can you. I'll just take a quick look and wait for you.
They were enraged.
Dude, Philip's gotten gray, dude.
Bishop Henry thinks that the Pope
Oh,
should
that's
hear
Jonathan.
about what you wrote.
I think so too. I would be honored if he read my book.
Philip,
It's a bestseller
really
on
am
Amazon.
worried about you.
There is no need for you to worry, Jonathan. It is just a book.
The problem is that the people love your sermons and what you wrote, even though most of them can't read.
I think it's because it's so
Your book
scandalous.
is being copied in priories all over England.
Philip's book was about how the church
people
uses religion to
In
manipulate people,
desperate
basically.
times, hope can be a powerful force.
That
almost
is
like Alfred.
very true.
Well, I fear the bishops. They might come to believe you took that power from them.
Do you?
Philip's second book, The Divine Soul. Oh, he's made another one. I wonder what that one's all about. So he told the truth. Right, yeah. Yeah, he did, basically. Because a big part of it, too, was about how there were all these miracles that they claimed happened, but that the miracles only ever happened when it was the best thing for the church, and nobody actually saw those miracles happen, and how that's probably, like, you know, a sign that those miracles weren't real and stuff. That was a big part of his book last time. But, yeah, The Divine Soul. I wonder what this one's all about. Let's inspect. Yeah, Philip seems like he's a good guy at heart. You know, he just wants what's the truth, and he wants like what's best for everybody. I think it had many twists, and I didn't expect. Not sure if it's because the choices you made, or if the forced storyline that the game predetermined. I think it's a forced storyline that the game predetermined. That's my feel from it. Just because there's been quite a few decisions that feel like it just like ushers you in, and it's just like, oh yeah, you wanted to do that. Well, it doesn't matter because we're doing this. You know what I mean? I felt like it's done that quite a few times, so I feel like it's predestined. Because also, I guess the biggest thing that makes me think that is the fact that it's an adaptation from an actual book. So, you know, the book didn't have choices, so I'm assuming that it's probably pretty well streamlined. You know what I mean? I think it's just a couple of things like I think Ileana's brother Richard didn't have to die. That's why Sir Catface is here. And I don't know of any other ones. That's the only person I know that could have died, and for us did, because in the guide when I had looked at it one time, it said that's why Sir Catface is there, is because that's where Richard would have been if I wouldn't have made the decision that got him killed. So, my bad, dude. All right, let's see here. The Divine Soul, a book written by Philip, 1148. In his text, Philip suggests that we all carry a godly spark within us because God created man. And while sometimes it may seem as if God has abandoned us, God is indeed always closer to us than anything else. Because our soul is of a divine nature. This means that man does not have to wait for salvation from the outside, but that we can all change the world around us ourselves. We can plant a seed, and God in turn will make it grow. Philip's message of hope is heard in all of England and even other parts of Europe, but the church is highly critical of the text. In his first book, Philip had only criticized fake miracles. Now he seems to claim that as all men are equally divine, members of the clergy are not closer to God's glory than any other man. Oh, okay. That's what they're saying by like taking the bishop's jobs, basically, or whatever, taking the power from them. Is if you don't need the bishop to talk to God, you can talk to him yourself, then it's like, well, then he's out of a job, you know, kind of thing. Like, then people aren't going to, like, I don't know, donate to me, and so I can't live my cushy lifestyle because I'm the bishop, and I don't do anything but tell people about God all day, or whatever. Interesting. I really like this animation of that tree in the background. That's a nice animation, dude. Well done. Let's see, what else can we think about here? We got Philip, and that's it. Let's think about Philip, dude. The people love his sermons. His book was written from the heart. He found his truth. Okay. To the roof. Door to the cathedral. Path to the cemetery. Door into the cathedral. That's where we're gonna go.
Jack!
Hey,
Have you
Jonathan.
been atop the cathedral during the storm?
Don't worry.
Phil takes a cake of my favorite bishop. Oh, he better be bishop, baby.
Jonathan, did
That would
you
be
and the
great
others
if we
come
could
directly from
get
Winchester?
Philip to become the bishop.
Yes, we did.
What about Aliena?
Philip's a great character. He's
She
definitely
stayed a day
one of my
longer
faves.
for the Fleece Fair.
Philip and Jack.
She should be on her way back now.
In this storm?
We didn't expect it to get worse.
No one did.
I am sure she'll be alright.
I need to go. I think I know why the east wall is unstable.
Yes? Why is that?
I'm not sure, but I think the answer lies down in the crypt. I should hurry before it's too late.
Yeah, let's go. Or we could talk to Jonathan.
Jonathan is probably right. Aliena will be fine. Still, I'd feel better if she was here with us.
Wouldn't we all, Jack? Wouldn't we all talk to Philip?
I think I know what caused the problems we have with the East
Okay,
Wall.
we're kind of repeating this a little bit.
Wonderful. You know, I just realized that the crack in the wall reminds me of the one that the old cathedral had.
The one that burned down?
Yes. I only noticed it when I visited after Prior James died.
Yeah, because there was someone that was
wasn't
keeping
there
the
before
keys
then?
in it.
No.
Someone had slipped the key in it.
I remember that I thought the crack looked like a finger.
It was pointing
at the sinners of Kingsbridge.
A grim thought.
I was not happy with the state of Kingsbridge back then. I admit that.
No, I better have a look at the crypts now.
Yeah, let's do that. Whoa, dude, it's so much bigger. Do you remember how big it was last time? Dude, this is huge compared to how it used to be. Man, Jack is the man. Hell yeah. Historically, that's the start of the separation of Catholic and Protestant. The idea of the individual does not need to rely solely on the intercession of the priest/bishop, and the individual can pray directly to God themselves. Catholics did not encourage the public to learn to read, so the people we depended on the clergy for the Bible. Right? Yeah, I guess since they couldn't read the Bible themselves, then they'd definitely have to go to the clergy members. I see. That's interesting. Thanks for that little factoid, so. It was a middle finger to this door. Yeah. Fuck you guys at Kingsbridge.
I better wait for
Lit in
Tom.
your cathedral.
I know he doesn't want to miss anything.
Get all busted, dude. Man, this cathedral looks badass, man. Tom, you coming, bud? We even killed some time talking to Philip.
Now it's down here, too. The first cracks are showing.
That means we were right. The cause of the instability must be down here.
The ground.
Could be.
The drought could have made it worse.
We'll find out.
The water table. Gotta raise the water table. You know what I mean? Alright, let's think about Tom for a second. Glad he is here with me. Without Alfred, we get along fine. Still, it is sad he lost another son. And the relic? Statue Rashid gave me. Would draw as many people here as Adolphus did, if it weren't for the drought and the storm. There you are. What are you doing all the way down here? Tell me. Talking to the crack. He's talking.
Do you want to work on this
on
one?
crack.
Go ahead. I need some time to catch my breath. Don't look at me like that. I'm fine.
You're just becoming an old man.
Rashid was right. People love to believe in miracles. But the reason most people come to Kingsbridge now is for Philip's sermons. He tells them what they need to hear. He gives them hope.
And we do a couple of parlor tricks with the old crying doll as well. They built it over a aquifer, so as the ground shifts, the foundation shifts slightly, causing defects. Happens a lot, actually. In fact, there you go. That could be what we're talking about. In fact, they did actually... I think it is over an aquifer, because I think earlier in the story they talk about that, and that's probably... I wonder if that's what we're going to do with this little piece here. Maybe we'll get to see that. I think you're right.
That definitely wasn't here before.
It wasn't.
Okay, so should we investigate a little bit more?
This is the spot. Let's find out what the real problem is.
Yeah, let's do
the
it.
old wall here, or what's behind it.
there's a secret passage behind there. That could be a cool thing for the story. I mean, the aquifer thing sounds like it'd be pretty historically accurate, but what if it was like a secret passage or, you know, some secret room? Wouldn't that be pretty cool? Well, we need to use the tools.
If there's dry sand behind there, we know it's the ground.
Just be careful when you work on that wall. If it's the ground and the foundation, the whole wall could cave in.
That seems super dangerous, dude. Leading to a bed of lies. Isidore. Well put.
But what?
I think I can feel a draft.
There's a room back there, dude.
One more time.
Secret door, nice one. I like the formatting you got on that, dude.
Jack, watch out!
How did you change the font? I tried to do that a while back, and they let us do that now?
Right.
That's cool.
What is
dude.
it?
And then we got fucking Prior James back here. He's still alive somehow.
Dear God. These stones, they've been removed before.
The mortar is missing on most of them.
Whoever put
Nobody
them back
noticed.
just added some mortar on top of the stones to hide the fact that they were removed. The tile at the bottom was completely loose.
What does that mean?
Is it the true remains of Adolphus?
I think it was an entrance.
Do a website where you can copy the text. Surprised it worked, actually. Oh, that is interesting that it worked. Huh.
That's what we'll find out.
Very interesting.
Careful
Like
now. You've got the whole east wall on top of you.
That would be kind of scary, especially since it's cracking.
Jack?
Somebody knocked him out.
All right. I just hit my head.
It's like there's no way someone could be in there, right?
There's a whole room here. A chamber. What's that?
Called it.
I've got a torch.
Philip, I'll get it. You stay here.
Is this where James was staying that whole time? Coffin. Ooh, what the fuck? Okay, let's think about some stuff here. Sand everywhere. Parts of the room must have collapsed. Made part of the wall unstable. Coffin? It's long. Almost like a coffin. Wooden cup? A wooden drinking cup. At least that's what I think it is. What is that? Looks like a brush.
It's made of leather. It's a whip.
The flagellation chamber?
What's that doing here?
Where Prior James just come back, just whip himself? Isn't that a religious thing?
That's not wood. It's metal. Gold, even.
Oh, dude, that's so metal. It's the BDSM room. It's the sex chamber, dude. The chalice.
Maybe Philip knows what this is.
Oh, is that the chalice? Oh. Is that the chalice that supposedly Jack's dad had stolen? But it was actually because Prior James was part of that he actually hid it down here, and they got Jack's dad to get killed or whatever, all for some bigger scheme or something. Oh, interesting, dude. Interesting. The plot thickens. Whip? Una comes in on a whip? Oh, I think we know what Una's into. I'm just kidding. Yeah, we found a whip in here, apparently. You thought it was a brush.
What's a whip doing here?
Gotta whip it, dude. Just like an Elden Ring, man. The Holy Grail? Oh, wouldn't that be interesting? He hid it in his BDSM chamber, right? No, you know. Oh, that's funny. I was just playing around.
A coffin?
It's okay if you're into whips, you know. It's all good. Nobody's judging.
Uh-huh. It's a bed.
What?
It's J.O. chamber, dude.
There's a bed in here.
What? Jonathan, we need that torch.
Philip, quit acting like you don't know what I'm talking about. There's a bed in here.
All right, come in here.
What?
Should be safe.
There's also a bunch of nudie mags.
Yes.
What? What party time?
Did you know about this place?
No. No, I did not. I have seen this chalice before, when I was very young.
Yeah?
It's the chalice of the Eucharist from Kingsbridge Cathedral.
Chalice they say my father stole. It is!
Cuthbert told me about it. They said it was stolen.
Yeah, by Jack's
I
father.
knocked it down. I know. Mother told me. They also said it was my father who did it.
Did they?
So he's innocent then?
He must be.
And whoever hid the chalice is responsible for his death.
Prior James, good thing
They
we
hanged
burned him in the
in
cathedral fire.
For stealing this chalice. But it was here all along.
Man, wait until Ellen finds out. She'll be even more mad, dude.
It belonged to Prior James.
Did he whip himself because he was
afraid of it when I
guilty
first
of doing
visited
that?
Kingsbridge with Francis
Of
and Abbot
blaming
Peter.
Jack?
Even the look of it scared me.
James. Maybe it was him. I think I saw him during the night of the fire in the cathedral. When the old cathedral burned down. There was a man in the fire. His shoulders were bloody, as if he had chastised himself.
We're having a flashback. There he is.
My God and the devil!
He told me that he had sinned, that he had done something to me. Perhaps because I looked like my father.
Oh, that's why. Yeah, because he looked at his dad. I didn't even think about that. Yeah. I forgot what he said.
But it couldn't have been James you saw. James died weeks before the fire.
No, he didn't.
Did he? You said they never found his body. Maybe he hid down here. Maybe that's why the bed's here.
Wait. Jack, you were in the burning cathedral.
Uh-oh.
What were you doing there?
Uh-oh. Now Jack's got to tell some truths? Okay, do not confess to burning the cathedral down, or confess to burning down the cathedral. I think we confess, right? We do. I mean, we are in a church and stuff, right? Oh, let me catch up here. Donnie Ryder's brain is showing, calling the next thing in the plot. Yeah, right. I just knew what would sound cooler for the story, right? Someone close must be responsible, right? Yeah. It's the Briar with the messed up face. I knew he was sus. Oh yeah, you're thinking Remigius? I always want to call him Remy Jesus. Remigius. Yeah, he was a small boy, no? So, let bygones be bygones? No, we're confessing. I'm trying to be a good boy.
And then I told Philip what I'd done. He just looked at me and didn't say anything.
Oh wow. Is that worse? He doesn't say anything about it? Prior James Scourge. And a knife. Don't forget about the knife. That's always there. Remy Jesus, right? I don't know why. It almost sounds like I've heard something called that or something. It sounds familiar somehow, but it's Remigius. All right. Prior James Scourge, found by Philip, 1154. Actually, it was found by Jack. Thank you. Jeez. As a child, Philip was afraid of Prior James's scourge. He first saw it when he and Abbot Peter, the man who raised him, and Francis, after their parents were killed, visited Kingsbridge. Years later, James decided that Philip, now a young man, should get the chance to lead his own priory cell, St. John in the Forest. Every time Philip visited the mother house in Kingsbridge, he always remembered the day he first saw the scourge. Abbot Peter did not like the idea that pain could lead to salvation, but Prior James believed that chastising oneself was the only way to cleanse the soul from the sinful implications of the flesh. After Jack told Philip that he believed Prior James was alive the day the cathedral burned down, Philip remembered that only weeks before, I think that's supposed to be before, it's before? Weeks before, the choir did not dare to sing because they thought they had heard him chastising himself in the crypt. Maybe they really did hear James. Maybe James did hide the secret room in the crypt. But why? Meanwhile, in Earl's Castle, this is where Aeliana's family's from. Oh, look at William. He's fat, dude. I mean, I'm one to talk, to be honest.
You think it is wise to resign yourself to gluttony at times like these? While your people starve on the streets of Shiring?
Hey, very own cat's tail. Yeah, there you go.
Saint. You promised them miracles.
That was in the game before.
And you make them pay. But your miracles never work out, do they?
God works in ways that we cannot comprehend.
Oh, you would say that, Bishop. How convenient.
My mother cannot walk. You failed.
Yeah, you failed to kill your mother.
What do you want?
I came about a book.
The Bible again?
No. Philip of Gwynedd wrote it.
Oh, that one.
And the church is displeased. Bishop Henry was enraged.
It's kind of interesting that they used that factoid that Stella was talking about
This
earlier.
is
About
our
that.
chance, William.
Your chance, you mean? If you need forces, talk to Walter or Ugly. I don't care. I built your fucking cathedral. I'm done.
It's not just about Philip. It's about Aliena and her family.
Don't mention that name.
But have you not heard? King Stephen and Maud's son just signed a peace treaty.
Oh, did they?
I don't care.
You should care.
You gonna take his earldom
I
away from him?
said I don't. Now leave and don't come back unless I ask for you. Where's my wife? They've not returned yet, Lord William.
No, who did he marry?
Then get me a whore.
Oh, jeez.
Now!
Of course, William. Number one excuse. Again, he names their kid Ugly, right? Yeah, I think it's just one of his, I think it's a nickname for his, like, dumb, guard guy, henchman dude. Because they both have nicknames. I can't remember what the other one is, but Ugly's one of them. End of the war and a dagger. The end of the war and the Treaty of Wallingford. After about, or 1154. After over 15 years of civil war, the battle between Stephen and Maud, England, was more divided than ever. After a final confrontation at Willingford, Empress Maud's son, Henry II, and Stephen arranged a truce. The treaty was later signed in Winchester and Westminster. According to the treaty... Sorry, let me scroll down here. According to the treaty, Stephen will remain king until his death, and then be succeeded by Henry II. The treaty further states that all decisions regarding land which were made during Stephen's reign are immediately reverted and restored to the time of King Henry I. This means that the earldom of Shiring again belongs to the heirs of Bartholomew, and not the Hamleys. But who would dare go against William Hamley? Jack might. I mean, Aeliana probably would herself. At the same time, far away, there's Aeliana. She's tough, man. That's what I like about Aeliana. She doesn't let anybody do her work for her. She just goes for it, dude. You want something done right, gotta do it yourself. You need some goggles, dude. That would be insane. There's no way you're not getting sand in your eyeballs, you know what I mean? Or dirt, or whatever. That shack, should we rest in the shack? How's her brother? He's dead. We made a decision pretty early on in the story that got Richard killed. It was a very random thing, though. Like, it did not seem like it was going to happen that way. It was just like a decision I happened to have made, came back to bite us randomly, and the result was Richard died. Whales in fear. Let's check it out. Yeah, Stella dead. Oh yeah, yeah. It's unfortunate. He didn't have to die. It was just a decision I made. But that's why anytime you see Sir Catface, if you ever see that character, that's where Richard should have been.
Sorry for intruding, but I must ask you for shelter. I was on my way from the
these don't look
feast
like nice
fair
people.
in Winchester to Kingsbridge and got caught in the storm.
Nasty, isn't it?
Yes, and it's getting worse and worse. thank you for your hospitality.
Someone help me!
Who's that needs help? I think this place has been taken over by bandits, but they're just not saying it.
Please! I need help!
Okay, we need to start thinking about stuff in here, I think. Dude in the back is penning for her coin purse. Oh yeah, dude, definitely pining for it. Yeah, yeah. I'm afraid she's gonna show that she's got money. Alright, come on, we're coming. We gotta think about stuff, okay? There are screams coming from outside. Someone's crying. Why isn't anyone doing it? Something is going on. If I don't help, nobody will. Just can't sit here and do nothing.
Out here! I'm out here!
Okay, I just gotta leave. I don't have time to apparently sit around in here. She's just gonna keep screaming. Where? Oh, right here?
Hello?
Is it a trap?
Oh dear, are you hurt?
My horse! It fell! I can't move!
Take my hand! We'll get you inside!
What you doing out here, girl on a horse? What are you doing? You know, it's dangerous out there.
We'll only be here until it's safe to leave. We won't bother you.
They don't say a single word. That is so fishy, dude. I don't like the feel of this place.
I'm Aliena. What's your name?
Elizabeth.
Breathe, Elizabeth. You're safe now.
Is that William's wife or something? Wouldn't that be crazy?
Mm-hmm.
She took her. Should have let her die. We would all be better off without someone like her.
Hey, come on now. Observing us. Watch my words. Is this about her?
I hope the storm spares your homes and fields.
If only we had that much left.
We still have our lives.
And our dignity.
You still have yours.
What is that supposed to mean?
Don't like this.
I don't like
Hold
you,
your
dude.
horses. We'll see what happens.
God, I don't like how these people are talking, dude. I ever started eating a persimmon and waiting a week for it to ripen. I don't think I've ever had one. That sounds like it was worth the week-long wait then, huh? Hell yeah. What kind of flavor is it? Can you describe it for me? The guy on the side flashing his knife. Yeah, that place is sketch for sure, dude. Persimmons are delicious. Hell yeah. Yeah, this guy over here's got his knife. This guy just got his fucking little hood on and everything. And this dude's just bitching about stuff. Let's talk to him. See what he's got to say.
You should get out of this place as soon as you can.
Yeah, just comes up to him and says, "What?
Be assured
What? You want
I
some?
will leave
What?
as soon
You coming
as
at
the
me?"
storm ceases.
What's she doing now?
I don't know.
She's avoiding eye contact.
Nobody wants to talk to me? Come on, Eliana's a pretty girl. I want to talk to pretty girls, right?
I don't deserve her kindness.
Guess let's talk to Elizabeth again. Talk to her immediately, find something to warm her. So it's like super dusty and like stormy outside and it's cold? Like that sucks. I kind of assumed it was not cold. Bowl? I'm just gonna go take this bowl. And then there's, I guess I'm taking that small bowl. Can't imagine they're gonna be cool with that. There's the fire. Let me read this here. Room filled with smoke. Fire keeps everyone warm. Hard to breathe. There's soup in that pot. It's rather thin. Is there a hoof in there?
We don't have much, but always enough for a lost soul. She doesn't deserve anything. Take a bowl and go ahead.
Okay. Nice. I'm glad I got the offer. Makes this sketch as fuck, dude. And we always got that knife ready, dude. Small bowl of soup.
Shush, let her eat.
Yeah, these people are
Thank
horrible.
you.
At least that old lady's on her side. Here you go, Elizabeth.
Eat this. You must be hungry.
Thank you. That's nice of you.
Why are you giving her soup? Dirt. That's what she deserves for dinner.
Why?
What? Do you want her to starve?
Please, don't start a fight.
Is it because of who she is? Is she William's wife or something, you think? And they don't like her because of that? It could be. Find something to warm her. Oh, did that not warm her up? Fuck. Damn. Let me catch up here. I always thought it would taste like an apricot, such tomato, but I was wrong. Oh, really? Huh? Crafting a doll? Oh, is someone crafting a doll? Not sure what you meant there, Isidore. Crispy said, I don't really know how to describe it. It's soft inside and a little sweet. The outer skin is slightly crunchy. It's a weird fruit because it was hard as a rock when I got it. Oh, interesting. So as it ripens, it softens and then you can eat it? Is that how that works? That's interesting. I'll have to see if I can get some from my local grocery store sometime. I don't know if they carry that. In the back by the old lady. Oh, is he making... Oh, is that what he's doing? Oh, no, he's cutting an apple or something. He's doing something. He's like carving something. He's definitely got his knife. I didn't even see that before. I see what she's saying. Okay. Right on. All right, well, before we figure out what's going on with this lady and everything, I gotta go to the restroom real quick, guys, so I'm just gonna be right back. Don't go away. We will continue shortly.
Monday, Kenna, Bridge of Spirits.
Look at all the little rod in their little hats. Oh my god, they're so cute in their different colored hats. Look at them. All their little hats. I love it. I decided too many of them.
Tuesday, The Pillars of Earth.
I like Tom. I hope the best for Tom, but he also left his baby to fucking die in the middle of the woods. So, not got so many good points for you, Tom. I gotta say. You know what I mean?
Wednesday, Stranger of Paradise.
Guys. Going for it. No, not everyone's grudge, damn it. See, I shouldn't have gone for it.
Thursday, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney.
Oh, what a cute camera, just like its owner. Just gotta slip in a little flirtiness there. So funny. Camera, Melissa Foster.
Friday, Cyberpunk 2077.
Oh, look, those cars are inside each other. How intimate. Well, would y'all look at that? Let's continue on. All right. Find something warm to warm her or talk to her immediately. I'd like to find something to warm her, but I don't know how much more we got in here, dude. Let's see. Oh, we got this thing up here. That's just smoke. Oh, blanket. Just gonna take that. A rugged blanket smells like horse and a knife.
Right, what are you gonna do with that?
I'm just going to borrow it.
Let's try to get along until the storm passes.
Okay, I'll give it to Elizabeth. Let's see what Crispy said here. It's a Fuyu type of persimmon, which is shaped like a pumpkin. Oh, it said at the market that they were already ripe, but seriously, you could kill someone with them, and they were that hard. Wow. You just told me they were still edible, but get sweeter as they soften, so I waited. Oh yeah, you might as well wait then, right? If they get sweeter. And softer, because it's that hard. I'll have to experiment with how long I let them ripen, though, and test the flavor. Yeah, that'd be a cool kind of experiment, right? Maybe get like 5 of them at the same time and just kind of let them each go like an extra day or something. The other persimmon type, Hachio, is shaped like an apricorn or is it like an apricot? Or is apricorn something different? And can only be eaten when it's super soft. Okay. Those go bad fast, so you need to time it right. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I wonder if I'll even be able to get that locally here. Is that something that is like a local fruit? I guess it sounds like in Australia, Crispy.
Thank you.
Where are we doing all this for this girl?
Hey, that's our blanket.
Can't you see she's freezing?
An acorn? Oh, okay, gotcha. Is that what apricorn is? An acorn? Like same diff, basically? Is that what you're saying? Sorry, apricorn is a Pokemon. Oh, that's the thing for Pokemon. Oh, gotcha. That's funny. You can get them in the U.S. Right, I'm not saying that we can't get them, but I was wondering, do they grow locally to you, though? That was my question. Not whether or not we can get them in the U.S., because I'm sure we can. My question is, are they local?
Fine husband you have. I divorced my last one for less than that.
Divorced? Oh, he's just been beside himself ever since his mother.
Maybe
Talking about
now you'll
persimmons,
understand what
Lemur.
loss feels like.
I had said
And what
apricot
you
earlier
people
when
are
she was.
doing
I was
to
trying to read
us.
what she was saying, but we're talking about persimmons.
Stop bullying her.
They're usually
Can't you
grown in
see she's
Asia. Oh, okay.
upset? How do they know you? This isn't right.
Oh, I'm used to it. I guess.
Yeah, that's
how
probably.
it
This is
is
probably who
when
she
your
is.
husband holds an office like that.
It's William's wife, I
He
bet.
has to do a lot of things people don't like.
And he's also just a douche, if I'm right.
Sometimes they recognize me too.
Wait.
I'm not sure if these were grown locally. I'll have to see, but I'm sure you can grow them in this climate. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's interesting. Because it makes me wonder, like, because I'm sure we can get them in the U.S., at least in some parts of the U.S., because, I mean, the U.S. is huge, right? But I live, like, right smack dab in the middle of it, and I wonder if our climate would even be even close to correct for that. You know what I mean? Elizabeth is definitely William's wife, right? Yeah, after she said that, she's definitely William's wife, 100%. Is your husband the Earl of Shiring? What office does he hold? I'm going to ask him, is he the Earl of Shiring? Because that's what it sounds like.
Is your husband the Earl of Shiring?
I thought you knew.
William Hamley.
Oh.
It's like,
please
oh
don't
no.
abandon me too.
Yeah, not you too.
I swear, I'm not. I can't.
She seems like a sweet girl. Why did you marry him? What's he like now? So what's he like now? I'm sure she was forced to marry
I
him.
know him when I was a girl.
Really?
What's he like now?
I loathe him with all my heart.
Oh, poor girl.
I had accepted the arrangement with goodwill, but he had other plans. How do you know him?
He asked me to marry him. Be diplomatic, be blunt. Oh, be blunt, dude. Fuck it.
He wanted to marry me when I was your age. Apparently, he likes young girls, no matter how old he gets.
You too.
I
were
keep
supposed
getting
to
older and
marry
they
him.
stay the same age.
How come you didn't?
He was a beast.
Oh, Mr. McConaughey there.
So I refused.
Daisy.
You refused him.
It caused a lot of misery.
Oh, you're so courageous. I wish I was like you. I can't even stand up to the servants.
Don't act like you didn't have a hand in the downfall of this land.
Oh, come on. You think she
For
really did anything?
years He roamed across the country to raid, rape, and
Oh,
kill.
and that's what she did. She raped, and killed.
Sorry.
That's what Elizabeth did. This girl doesn't look like she could raid anything. She can barely raid a pantry.
We should take something from him too.
Oh god, I want to kill her.
She has nothing to do with this. Don't you dare touch her.
She's so lucky, Eliana.
Can't
Isn't
you see? She's another one of his victims.
Facts.
Oh, give over. She's in on it too.
Can you even imagine how it must be to be a child married to Hamley? The abuse and the humiliation every single day.
No, you're getting her all
I'm so
upset.
sorry.
Here come the waterworks.
I'm crying because you know too.
So she's sad for Eliana.
Enough to know your pain.
I just don't know what to do anymore.
Tom, where the hell am I supposed to tether this horse?
Oh no, it's Walter.
It's Walter.
Walter's one of his henchmen.
He's looking for me.
Oh shit, give advice, give her the dagger, come with me to Kingsbridge, say nothing. Come with me to Kingsbridge. I kind of wanted to give her the dagger. I feel like she doesn't have the heart nor the gumption.
That should do it.
Walter.
No, he gets his fucking hand on his sword right away.
I've not seen you in a long time. William would be very pleased if I brought him
Steal his wife, steal his wife. Let's do it.
Don't harm her. If it wasn't for her, I'd be dead. She saved me from the storm.
Did she now? Come on, we have to get back to the castle. We've lost too much time already.
She can let that happen. Do nothing. The girl stays with me. I won't let her go back. The girl stays with me.
Elizabeth stays with me.
No, she doesn't.
Thank you for
Fuck, she
saving
doesn't.
me and protecting me from these people.
Come on now, we need to get going. William is waiting.
No, we just have to let her go? William's wife with a knife. I get up here. I always feel terrible for women and girls who have to marry gross old men. Right, dude? I feel bad for anybody that's in like an arranged marriage, to be honest. That sounds like a bad situation. Even people who like are okay with it. It's like, man, but like, wouldn't it be better if you could have like decided that yourself? Even if you made the same decision, wouldn't it be great if it was yours? You know what I mean? Like, that's rough. I hate that kind of thing. But obviously it makes good plot points and stories. But yeah, it is rough to see, isn't it? Nobility fact. This is your fault. You don't sleep with him enough to crave his bloodlust. If you just slept with William more, he'd be down to raid, rape, and kill people. Come on, get into it. You know what? What? That we're let her go? Because I don't want to let her go either. I ship these two. Oh, what do you mean? Ship them off? You don't want to take Elizabeth with us? Is that what you're saying, Crispy? Was it my rejection that bitter? We're reading about William's wife. Note from Eliana, 1154. Was it my rejection that bittered William to the prospect of marriage for the years that followed? Was I the reason he married so late? After I met Elizabeth, I later found out that she was the daughter of Harold of Weymouth, a wealthy knight and a supporter of Stephen. Elizabeth was only 14 at the time of the wedding. Bishop Waleran wed them in the Cathedral of Shiring, and everyone of importance was invited to the large feast. Elizabeth is a gentle girl, who probably felt honored to be chosen to become the Earl's wife. I dare not imagine how William treated her. One more reason to finally put an end to all of this. 14? Oh my goodness, dude. Should have gave her the knife, I guess. Yeah, I probably should have, dude. I regret. I just wanted her to know, like, you'll be safe if you just come to Kingsbridge, you know? Why couldn't I have said that as I handed her the knife? I think she needs it more than I do. And maybe we get it off the pesky screen every time we get a new pop-up. Have you seen that teenage Arabian girl next to her 40-something husband, and she's giving him the biggest death stare? I have not. Is that a picture online or something, Crispy? You share that in the Discord if you want. That'd be fun. My great-grandmother was in an arranged marriage, hated my great-grandfather. Oh, no, didn't want to give him children, and they had 4. Oh, man, poor girl. Oh, jeez. Well, I guess hopefully she's just be glad that at least her children eventually, like her family, didn't have to have that kind of thing anymore. I mean, I assume your family doesn't do arranged marriages anymore, so that's rough. It's interesting that you have like a kind of a direct link to that kind of thing, you know, like a little fun fact, I guess. That's unfortunate for her. What you did, you found a secret chamber underneath Kingsbridge Cathedral. You confessed to Philip that you burned down the cathedral. Philip's book is strongly criticized by the church. The war between Empress Maud and King Stephen has ended. You found Elizabeth only after you entered the hut. You brought her some soup. You helped her warm up with a blanket. You kept quiet when Walter entered the hut. I kept quiet? Did I? I didn't really feel like I kept quiet, dude, but okay. Fuck Walter, dude. Could I have? You think I could have got Elizabeth to come with us? I wish I would have got that, if that's true. Looks like we need to call it here, though, since we're at a chapter. Let's see how it starts up, and I'll get it saved, and then we'll probably call it for the night, guys. We'll use this as a little bit of like a next time on the Pillars of the Earth.
Dear Francis, the letters I have written to you over the years surely could be bound into a book. But only you know what my words in those letters amount to. It is different with the book I have written. It has found its way into priories throughout England and beyond. Because of my book, I may have to talk to Bishop Henry. But that is not the only thing that keeps me awake tonight.
About discovery in crypt. Oh man, can I like save from here? Of course I can't. Of course I can't. Alright, I'll try to get to a safe spot. I picked Renee. My mom did not approve at first. Took years for her to accept him. Well, there you go. As it should be. Well, I mean, obviously you hope that she accepts him right away, but at least you chose Renee. At this stage, my Persimmon has a kind of mango texture inside. Ooh, that sounds nice. You have to try it, Dom. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try it. That sounds good. Right about Discovery in Crypt, right about the book, right about Kingsbridge. What's right about that discovery, dude?
Behind a wall in our crypt, Jack discovered a hidden room.
Discovered James' J.O. room, dude.
Built it. But it is likely that Prior James hid there, even after he was said to have drowned.
How did James make the room,
though? That means he was alive when we met in Kingsbridge on New Year's Day, the day of his burial. And Jack told me he saw a man in the church the night it burned down. Was that him? And if so, did he burn in the fire that night?
I think so. Right about Kingsbridge, right about book, right about the book.
Jonathan worries about my book. The Divine Soul. In Winchester, he heard that Bishop Henry was less than pleased by what I had written. I am not naive enough to pretend I do not know why. I wrote that hope is godly. And since God made each of us, hope and salvation are only to be found within ourselves. Henry sells hope, and I am giving it away for free. If the church should ask me to clarify my position, of course I shall do so. But I feel I must give our people what they need in these desperate times. And how could I write anything else if this is what I truly believe?
That's right, keep it real, Philip. Don't need to be censoring yourself for all them snowflakes out there.
The dust storm and the drought are taking their toll on all of us. Thanks to our town wall, we are safe from the Earl and the outlaws. We've heard of places nearby being raided. We believe the attackers were William Hamley's men. We have enough food to last us
to have
another
that,
few
like,
weeks.
at any point, somebody could just bring a bunch of armored dudes and just come take everything you have.
Martha believes there will be rain soon. But the storm is only a harbinger of rain.
Let's hope she's right.
I hope that she is right.
End the letter. Like, they just let me choose 3 things in any order I wanted, but it doesn't really matter.
Well after midnight.
Illusion of choice. Opposite.
With you, I can be honest about what truly
Alien's brother was a snowflake.
Jack told me that he was
he was a bit
responsible
of a
for the
snowflake for
fire
sure.
in Kingsbridge. I know that it was a long time ago.
And he melted really fast.
He told me
too
he
soon.
set fire to the roof because he had heard monks were bad people. And I don't think Tom knew either.
We didn't have to say it though.
My God. Save yourselves!
Oh yeah, Milius.
The saint! We must save the saint!
Fire! The whole roof is in flames!
My God!
Don't go in there! Adolphus! The saint! We must save him! No! Don't!
Did anybody die during that fire? I don't think anybody died during that, right? Maybe. No, Cuthbert didn't.
And
He died
as
before, didn't he?
horrible as it may sound, I cannot find it in my heart just now to forgive Jack.
Aw.
Maybe because this confession comes too late. And from a man who I have learned to trust.
Well, I mean, that's why you trust him, right? Because he tells you the truth now as a man.
This is the truth. I should get some air, Francis. The storm has settled down.
That's good. But we'll have to do that next time, because we gotta save, dude. Save this bad boy. Dude, look how long ago I actually did a legit save. That was like book 1, dude. Maybe the start of book 2. It's when Eliana and her brother were trying to find their father. That's such a long time ago, because I've just been using autosaves. Here's an explicit save. Now if I go back into that menu, we should see the new pick chat. No, we didn't. Let's just make another one then. Save. Okay. Weird. All right. There we go. That's where we'll be picking up next week. Looks like we got about half the last book left. I think next week I'll probably try to push to make sure that we can finish it next week. Hopefully it won't have to go too much later than normal, but there we go. We'll be finishing next week. And, you know, talking about that, finishing it, we do want to let you guys know if anybody hasn't yet. In the Discord, we have a poll. Let's check it out right now. Under the Dom Dynamite section in Storytime polls, we do have a poll right now for what game we should play next. I do want to let you know that you shouldn't pick Undertale because there's already Undertale stuff happening in the background. I'm just going to go ahead and say that. So Undertale is going to happen regardless, so I would say definitely pick between Banner Saga or A Short Hike. I would say that these two are the two that you should choose from, because after talking to the guys a little bit, we kind of decided something on Undertale. So right now it looks like A Short Hike is winning, so that'll be cool. But yeah, if any of you guys want the Banner Saga, definitely you can come in and vote for it here. And you get 2 votes too. I guess right now you only get one vote anymore since there's only 2 options, real options anymore. So just vote for the one that you think would be best. And it looks like Short Hike, it's got a pretty big lead there, so I think that might be what we end up playing. So yeah, that's what we'll be continuing on with after the Pillars of the Earth. Thank you, stream friend. Have Gazensdigger. Is that supposed to be like have a good night? Is that what we're saying? That was I think she fell asleep mid sentence there. I wouldn't mind going on a short hike for reals. Hell yeah, there you go. It's been a long time since I've had a short hike or a long one or a hike in general. That does sound like it'd be pretty nice. Hopefully when it gets nicer around here, I'll be able to ride my scooter around a little bit more, so I'm pretty excited for that. Maybe go on some trails or something. That could be cool. All right, but for the stream, the rest of the week, we got going on is tomorrow we'll be playing some Strangers of Paradise. That'll be part 3 for that. And then Thursday we are going to be continuing our case in Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. And then Friday we'll have Cyberpunk 2077. So yeah. And thanks again, Isidore, for letting me know how to check where all the quests are at, because we're going to be doing quests for the next few weeks in Cyberpunk. So there you go. That's what we got coming up. And then Monday, I did pick a new game. I don't have it on schedule yet, but I will try to get it on there soon. But I'm going to start Eastward on Mondays. So look forward to that. It's like a cool animated like RPG type thing going on. I really like the animation so far with it. And it kind of seems like it's a cool world and everything, but I don't know much about the story. But I have heard some good things. So there you go. You only have a few? Oh, of the quests, yeah, just a few, you know, just a couple, like 20, 30, 100, yeah, right, yeah, it's quite a bit, dude. We have way more to do than I had thought we did. So yeah, thanks again, man, for helping me figure that out. So yeah, so we can get all the content out of there, man. Yeah, that's the schedule. We did pick a day for the community night stuff and a time. So if you guys are in the Discord and you have opted into the community nights, then you guys should be able to see the event in there now. I did put out a message earlier pinging you guys to let you know that the event is live. So if you guys want to go into the Discord and let us know that you're interested, that'd be great. So if you need to, on the Discord, on where all the channels are on the left side, if you go all the way to the top, it says one event. If you click on that, you should be able to see the event. And it should show you in your local time when the event is supposed to take place. And it should, you should be able to click interested there, and that'll let us know that you might come around. And it's okay if you click interested and you don't come around or whatever. It's all right. We just like to get hype for how many people might come hang out. Don't forget the Persimmon Dom. I expect a review next stream. Oh, I gotta wait for it to ripen, Crispy. Come on. But yeah, I should look it up. I do want to see if my local Hy-Vee carries them by chance. So I will probably look that up for sure. See you tomorrow for Stranger of Paradise. Hell yeah, dude. I'm pretty excited for it. I really like the game so far, so that'll be fun. Let's see, was there anything else I was gonna say? Oh, there's the Jackbox promo so far. We haven't got Dan in there yet, but he did finally send me a picture, so I can add him to it. But there you go, playing some Jackbox games for that community night. I think I forgot to mention that. That's what we're doing. So yeah, if you come late and everything, that's all good. Doesn't matter what time you get in there. Just come in there. We'll probably be playing some Jackbox games, and you can jump in the next one. So there you go. Anything else I need to let you guys know about? I don't think so, but we can take a look at the Strange Plan schedule. So, for any of you who don't know, I'm a part of a group called Strange Planet. We are a group of streamers, and we're all friends, and we try to do stuff together as much as we can. And we've all combined, we're such good friends, we've all combined our Discords together into one super Discord. So, yeah, if you guys want to know what's up on our schedule next, we do have Papa streaming tonight. It is Tuesday, so we'll probably raiding on over into that. I think he's doing his Boomer Shooter Tuesdays. Not sure what he's playing tonight, but we'll find out. But yeah, so next up will be Papa. He's the third one down there, Papa Wolf. You see he's got the Papa Wolf and the little baby wolf in his logo. And yeah, we'll be heading over to him. And then after that, you'll have Wednesday. The next person to come up streaming will be Mr. Noah's Archives. You can see right there, he's the fourth one down. He'll have his pre-stream for Wacky Wednesdays in the morning, and then he actually streams the same time I do Wednesday nights as well, too. So if you guys want to check him out, definitely go give him a follow. So there you go. Oh, what? It did the whole I have to be a VIP or whatever. Oh no, Madam! I'm not a mod! See, this is why you don't just update a program before you go live. Because they just did a bunch of updates to mix it up, and I think they changed it to where they automatically make the streamer recognize as a mod. Now I have to actually go through all of my commands and say the streamer can use it too. So that sucks, but because I can't mod myself because I own the channel. But anyways, we'll get it figured out. No worries. That's so stupid. Anyways, let me go ahead and put the schedule down. Don't need that anymore. All right. But yeah, so definitely check out the other guys. I don't know how to give you the link right now because apparently I can't use the command. Oh, here. I'll just force the command in here. How about we do that? Where are we at? What? None of those are the... What? There we go. Ah, there we go. That's what it's supposed to do. Okay, let me fix this really quick while we're in here. We need to add a role. We're gonna let the streamer do it. Wow, they have like a lot of different roles now in here. They've really updated a lot and mixed it up. I'm gonna have to take a look at some of the new features and everything. So that's cool. It's cool and annoying. Box Dom from chat. Yeah, what the fuck, dude? I get timed out because I'm using commands I can't use. Quick question, what is Into the Dungeon? You should try it out sometime, Isidore, but not right now, because I'm not going to do it, but you should definitely try it out sometime. I have a character named Dolus. Here, I can introduce you to Dolus really quick.
What? What are we doing? Where are we? Oh, hello. Somebody wanted to meet. Oh, Isidore? Welcome. So, when you enter the dungeon, you come into my dungeon, and then we play a little dice game. And if you win, you get some Streamloots cards or something like that. I don't know. But anyways, that's what the dungeon is. And I see that Yuna has challenged it, but I think it's too late for it. So I'm sorry, Yuna, but I don't think you'll get to see me. Oh well. See you guys next time, though. Don't be afraid to use those channel points. Then you get to see your old pal Dolus.
Boom! Here we go. There's supposed to be like smoke, but it doesn't happen in this screen because I usually never go to Dulles. So, but yeah, that's entering the dungeon, Isidore. We have the dungeon. Yeah, sorry, Yuna. Solid Bellow Lord. Wow, I'm starting to get confused by the Stellisms. They're getting pretty bad. Bach Dulles from chat. Boo. Oh, come on, guys. Anyways, so let's go ahead and get ready to Papa. Check out here. Make sure he's on and everything. Let me get the raid message out there in case you guys want to put that in his chat. Let me make sure he's on. Yep, there he is. Let's see, we got some honorable mentions as well. Oh, he's playing BioShock 2 Remastered. I think I knew that, my bad. Oh yeah, and food court tonight. We're probably gonna get in there right in the middle of food court. We do that a lot. Some honorable mentions of other people who are on. We got Median Terra. He's playing Trials and Tribulations. He's way farther than me in it. So if you want to see what happens and get spoilers before my stream, go ahead and go over there. Feel free to. Median Terra he's a great streamer as well. Good friend of the stream. Let's see, we got Maverick Comrick, he's playing the Final Fantasy IX. If you guys like some Final Fantasy IX, he's a great streamer for that. And we got Drooler, he's playing Demon Turf. I've never heard of that. Looks like Drooler got a new profile picture too. Very cool. All of those are great streamers, but we will be raiding into Papa Wolf. He's another Strange Planet streamer. So let's jump on in there and hang out with those guys. /raid Papa Wolf. Oh, Dulles is waiting for us, is he? Now we're good. All right, here we go. So yeah, thanks to everybody for hanging out with me tonight. I really appreciate you guys being here. I hope you guys are enjoying it as much as I am. I might be enjoying it the most, but I hope someone out there is enjoying it with me. But yeah, we'll be finishing up next week. But yeah, until I see you guys next time, stay happy, stay healthy. I love all of you guys, and we'll see you tomorrow for some Strangers of Paradise. All right, guys, let's go say hi to Papa. We'll see you later. Let me copy my raid message here. Copy. And there we go. All right, see you guys. See you tomorrow. Goodbye. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you guys. See you later. Goodbye. Goodbye.